That helps.
It's cute. Okay. All right, Kate. Kevin Hutchinson.
Here.
David Constant.
Here.
Scott Talley. Jeff Miller.
Here.
Aaron Ramos. Billy Pierce.
Here's I.
Michael Winters.
Here.
Kenneth Fegans. Sorry.
Who's answered? You skipped Carol.
Nope.
No.
We made a change. Daniel Bledsoe.
Here.
Jocelyn.
Here.
Chris Owens.
Present.
Thank you. Amanda Gibbs.
Here.
Anastasia. I saw her this morning. Where's she at? Yeah, she was outside for a minute. I walked in.
Here.
She's here somewhere. All right. Mike Dooling.
Here.
Mike Coogan. Ted Brown.
Here.
Clark Patterson. Karthik. Okay, back from last night. Kevin Hale.
In the flesh.
Kyle Russell.
Here.
Jacob Bradley.
Here.
Brandon. Okay.
Oh, here.
Brandon Ruman.
Yes.
I'm like. Scott Peterson.
Here.
Jenny Moore. Paul Dar.
Present.
Nolan Schmidt.
Here.
Renee.
Here. It's fine.
Okay, RJ said he was going to be absent.
We'll talk about it. Okay.
All right, hang on. Got bonus point. Joe Roberts. Sean Sparkman.
Here.
Clint Polar.
Here.
Darren Pollock.
Present.
Susan Barney. Austin Hugans.
Here.
And then, wait, where did I put Carol? I know Carol's on my other roster. Carol's Unsicker.
Here.
Daniel Thornton. Jack Westbrook.
Here.
Andrew.
Here.
Jesse.
Here.
Christy's here. Joe Burns.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, we have 22, and I gotta count people. You give me a minute for math. They didn't formulate over when I copied. Ow. Okay, well. Okay, is Anna in here yet? Okay, so she's in my count for right now. So we currently have 32 people present. We've had to have 2 removed. Well, we had to remove Daniel Thornton for absences. He's my one.
He's the one.
He's the one. So I know, but that's what she's got. All right, so removed, we have 1. So our new total, 41. Oh, see, it did that down here.
Oh, okay.
But that doesn't look right because I have to put my president. 32. All right, so I have 32 present, which makes quorum 16, 2/3, 21, 3/4, 24.
Clark's here.
All right, so let me change that to 33, 9. If you have a room, but I don't know what the code is. Okay, so with 41, quorum is still now 17, 2/3 is 22, and 3/4 is 25.
We have a section on the agenda for public comments. Oh, there's Anastasia.
Okay, cool. So, hey. 4, 8.
And I think I ritually forget to announce that if you are on SLEC, you need to set up the tables, move up to the tables, sit with the tables, and if you're not on SLEC, I think we're okay. Then you should be sitting in the gallery, which is the chairs on the table, just for counting votes and stuff like that, making sure we're doing it right up here, making sure I'm doing it right up here.
We were promised peanuts though.
We were promised what?
I don't know.
Peanut gallery.
Yeah, I think that's.
Oh, sorry.
Peanuts.
That said, is there anybody back there that, for the public comments, is there anybody come with something to say this morning? Hey guys, if I get your attention, please. Asking if we have any public comments this morning. Nada. Okay, moving right along to the adoption of the agenda.
Motion.
I would entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Okay.
Seconded.
Who
Who made the
moved that?
motion?
Who made the motion?
Who made the motion?
Westbrook
Yeah, okay. We have a second. Is there any objection to adopting this agenda? That motion carries. We have an agenda. So we can keep moving forward. Well ahead of time.
Let's do this.
Approve previous meetings minutes. What do we have for that?
We have 3 up right now. 3 sets of minutes up.
Is there, has this been
The
provided? to
2
them
from before are tabled, so they have to be untabled to be approved. And then last meetings need to be approved.
Right. So as the person who tabled those minutes, Billy Pierce, SD7, I move to take up from the table the minutes from 2 quarters ago, and the minute.
That's not necessary, and when it's laid on the table, it dies at the end of the meeting. However, it would be appropriate to bring it up in the course of business right now.
Okay, that sounds legit to me.
Yeah,
The
that's true.
exchange move to.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So I'll move that we adopt the minutes from 2 quarters ago. That should be
The 11th
November.
and the November and the February.
Yeah. And that, well, I move that, and then let's do that. Unless we can do it all in one step, that'd be cool.
Yes.
All right, cool. All right, then I'll try
To
it.
adopt the 2 sets of.
Yeah, the 2
minutes
sets.
that
Yeah,
we
I'll
have.
move to adopt both sets, 2 quarters ago and 1 quarter ago.
We have a motion from Mr. Pierce to adopt these 2 sets of minutes. We got a second. Is there any objection to adopting these minutes as presented?
Point of information,
Yes, ma'am?
did the 2 missing motions and the roll call vote get added to those?
Sure did. Okay. It's in version 3.
All right, so we got that going for us. We have previous meetings minutes, and that brings us to the officer time, which means me.
Wait, we got one more set.
What?
The May one.
Oh,
never
I
mind.
thought we
Okay,
did
never
that.
mind.
No?
We did the previous, but not the
We
last
did
one.
November and.
We did November, February, we're gonna do May.
Okay, we'd entertain a motion to adopt the May minutes.
So moved by Kevin.
Okay, Kevin Hale moves to adopt the May minutes. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Plenty of seconds. Any objection to adopting these minutes? That carries. So those are adopted. So now, moving on to the rest of the deal. I apologize for posting a chair report yesterday afternoon, but I don't know who's had a chance to look at that. But it is posted, and so I'm not going to just read it to you. I will just summarize and let you know that what it says is, we went through kind of a brutal season of yelling at each other last year, but a lot of that has calmed down. We're healing from the trauma. In the meantime, I think there's a lot of good stuff going on across the party. Some of that's recounted in the report. We saw our campaign support department doing some really cool things in the summer fall session last time. An unprecedented level of support with the interviews and the websites and the different things that they were doing to try to facilitate and enhance the campaigns of our candidates. Those that were willing to do the work to provide to sit for an interview or to provide content for a website. So that went well. We had the fire appraisal thing last time, which was a good example of issue-based activism and trying to engage the public in what we're doing without yelling at them about how wrong they are about stuff. Like if we, to the extent we can try to help people live better lives, you know, by doing their own stuff and doing for themselves, then we're helping our cause tremendously. People who see themselves as incompetent don't want to be free. They want somebody to take care of them, so they don't. Just the way it is. So we need more of that. We need more ventures into the community to try to help people figure it out. And then what can I say? The legislative action thing was just out of the park.
You're here.
Yeah. Again, unprecedented in my 8 years. Unprecedented. I don't know what happened before that. Maybe the Wilfords or somebody that's been around longer. But from my point of view, that we've never seen as much positive forward motion as we saw this past spring. As a matter of fact, wanted to recognize the two main. Could we get Anastasia and Kevin to come up here for just a second? And Carter.
Come on, Anastasia.
Carter and I have had multiple conversations just about how wonderful it is to have these two hardworking folks promoting our cause at the Capitol. I think they made a great team, and so we wanted to specifically recognize them with some things. Who's first?
So, I'll unbox one, just know there's two of them, right? So, basically, we got them a crystal plaque to show our appreciation. And again, one for each of you. That's Anastasia's, and that is yours. So thank you guys so much for that.
And this is a thank you from everyone.
And then we also wanted to express some practical appreciation for the hard work they're doing in a way that might help facilitate more hard work.
Okay.
That's the next one.
Thank you.
Yay.
Here we go.
This is fun.
Yeah.
It's very festive. I'm doing this. It's great.
I move that we have presents at every meeting.
This is fun.
Second.
Hearing no objections, that is adopted.
Oh, yes.
I mean, we have lots of presents.
But nice.
I need one of these.
That looks smart.
Kevin broke his backpack at the Capitol after doing work, so he needed a new piece of gear to carry.
That looks great, man.
No, right?
This is awesome. Thank you very much. Something I could definitely use.
Sorry. Did you seriously?
Oh.
Awesome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. Once you start, you both can.
The only other thing I want to mention, we'll be talking about it more throughout the day. Carter will have some stuff to say. Paul will have some stuff to say. But you're welcome. Thank you. As we come around the horn, those of you that have been on SLEC before know kind of the seasons, of SLEC. If you haven't, then generally, we we come out of convention, sort of getting to know each other and figure out what the new SLEC is going to look like and kind of feeling our way through it. We try to get our candidates campaigns going for election season. That's over and you get like 5 minutes of rest, and then you start thinking about legislative action and session and then the special sessions. And then there's this sort of lag between summer of an odd year and convention time that is the best time and in some ways kind of the only good time for us to do internal work. And so we have our policy committee working hard on policy manual revisions. That's chief business today is to process some of that. We have on deck a major website overhaul to improve the engagement and make it more action oriented. And Carter and I, Nick's not here, have been working on our CRM in Nation Builder, trying to clean up the data, merge duplicates, ghost the people that have ghosted us. I don't know if you remember or not, but the way we pay for Nation Builder is in blocks of records. And so once we hit certain milestones, then we pay more if we have a lot of records in there, and any records that are in there that are useless are costing us money for no reason. So if we have records in there that have checked, do not email, do not contact, I don't want to hear from you guys ever again, then we need to, some of those will be deleted, some of them will just be marked inactive. If they're not contactable, we don't have to pay for them. So, but we can kind of track the fact that, like, yeah, nobody talk to that guy because he'll yell at you. That kind of stuff. But we are getting it cleaned up. We have set up groups along, geez, this has been going on for years, and John may know, like, that it may have been going on even longer, but the idea, we've been through several shiny new things, and you know, when I first got here, we were on Nation Builder. There were some things before that. We switched over to Civi CRM, thinking that was going to make it different. That was terrible. We switched back to Nation Builder, and it's just been like lurching back and forth. And we've never, anybody that is involved in IT work or in business management, where you're trying to do some kind of IT rollout to employees, people are stubborn, and people find their groove or their rut. And they don't want to change. They don't want to learn new software. They don't want to do the new thing. And so it's the tech is not really the hard part. It's the human factor that seems to be the part, which brings us to the situation we find ourselves in now. Over the next few weeks, and hopefully over the next few weeks, we'll be rolling out. I have asked online for y'all to make sure you have working access to the CRM. Some of y'all responded to that and got fired up. A few of you have not yet, and I'm coming for you. I'm going to put out blanket calls to action of like, here guys, this is the stuff, and this is what we need y'all to do. And then some people will want to do that, and some people will be a little harder motivated. So I'll be making phone calls and say, okay, so what can we do here? Not everybody enjoys making cold calls or making phone calls. I'm not sure anybody really enjoys it. We just have different degrees of. I mean, some people thrive on it, I guess, but that you don't have to pick up the phone and dial strangers if you're not. If you have like an anxiety issue with that or something, or just don't want to, or you fear rejection or whatever would play feed into that. But you have to be doing something. The only designated duty of a district rep is to actively work to further the growth of the party. So I am going to try to help you, and Paul is going to try to help you, and Carter's going to try to help you, and Nick's going to try to help you to use the toolkit that we have that's supposed to be powering our growth to power some growth over the next 6 months. If you don't like that plan, that's okay. We're all libertarians. It's not just herding cats, it's herding rabbit cats with our tails on fire, right? Like it's not. It's you do you, but we will have a conversation about, okay, if you don't want to make the phone calls, what are you doing to actively further the growth of the party? Are you block walking? Are you knocking on doors? Are you sending out mailers? Do you have a Facebook or do you post on the whatever Facebook group is local to your area and like let people know about things that you're doing in your county? Like what what are you doing to further the growth of the party? This looks like the easiest toe in the water kind of way to get started with that. Just, we've already kind of, it's like playing t-ball, right? You don't even have to hit the pitch. It's just right there. All you got to do is swing, right? So we're trying to make it as easy as possible and as painless as possible to try and see if we can. It is important that we turn our database from most of y'all, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but does anybody else have like that one room in the house or that closet in the garage that you just throw shit in because you don't know what else to do with it? Yeah. And you end up with this, or a warehouse, like a storage warehouse. Some people will have more than one storage warehouse. I know people like that, and it's just crap. It's like you don't even use the stuff anymore because you can't find it because it's all buried under other stuff. Well, that's kind of what our CRM looks like. We have a mess to clean up and organize and sort out, and part of what this is growing the party and engaging our constituents, or recognizing that no, we're cutting them out. Either way is a win. Somebody hangs up on you and tells you to go, yourself, then that great, scratch them off the list. That's a win. But it's also a matter of the more we crowdsource this, the more we're all working, the more we're all making phone calls, the more we're all going through and dividing it up into, like, this guy hadn't heard from us in a couple of years and he was so excited to get a phone call. I couldn't get him off the phone. He talked for 30 minutes, to whatever that spectrum is. If we can get that, we'll engage some of our supporters and get them on a newsletter, get them something. And we'll have, again, more to say about that as we go. But looking forward to that. And yes, we're working on this now in terms of metrics and gamifying the work that needs to be done, but there may be more gifts at SLEC Meeting, at least in February when we're closing out this 6-month period and kind of seeing, we'll be able to look back retrospective and see what we've accomplished and then decide. Hopefully we will have as much to celebrate then as we do now coming out of the legislative session. So that pretty much does my bit. Do I have any time, and or is anybody? Well, we aren't. We're ahead of time, but does anybody have any questions? Yeah.
Yeah. Billy Pierce, SD7. So just for clarification, one doesn't need to join as a staff member on the development department in order to do this. This is something that we can all do just as SLEC members, right?
Yeah.
Right, and we all have the access to the tools to do it, or we've all been granted access to the tools to do it, right? Yeah. And do we know if there are days of the week that people are more receptive to phone calls, like Tuesdays and Saturdays?
That sounds like
has Rystad and Pipedrive done studies to show that people are more receptive to calls on Tuesdays and Saturdays, or something?
I'm guessing from the way the question's phrased.
Yeah.
I will disclose that marketing is not my wheelhouse, and so those kinds of questions, to the extent, what I hope will evolve quickly is that we will use the forum, another one of our underused tools, to share tips and tricks and hacks and things that work and be able to communicate with each other about that. There's more knowledge and information in our collective hive mind than there is in any one brain pan. So if we can throw all that together, we'll get more done. I'm scratching my head. I think Paul was, but.
Just to that point, making calls is better than no calls, and that's the first rule I run into to getting people to do calling. Yeah. So if it's a choice between calling on the best day and not calling at all, make those calls on a Wednesday. It doesn't
That's true, yeah.
It's
true.
Yeah, whatever works.
That's true.
Yeah, anything we do is going to be an infinite, everybody knows the basic math, it's an infinite improvement over doing nothing. So anything we can do is move in the right direction. Sure.
Well, I'm all for us being transparent. I think maybe, is it the best idea to share that information on the forum? Maybe we could keep it within.
Well, if we do it under the executive or something, not the public one.
Well, wherever it is, somewhere not necessarily giving it to the other.
It may be appropriate to move this to like the staff form that is not
Yeah.
public. If you also choose to do that, it's an option.
Or maybe we could make a Discord channel about it, because we don't have enough of those.
Welcome to Discord.
Okay, well, yeah, making a note, we'll have to address that, like, what's the best way to, for us to be able to communicate without, giving it away for free.
So I've done a lot of cold calling. It is not fun, but I've done a whole lot of it. I'd be willing to be a guinea pig and do it and let people watch as a demo.
Excellent, yeah.
So that you can see what it looks like to get yelled at or to get talked to. I'd be willing to be a demonstrative guinea pig if anyone would like to do that. We can do it on a Teams call, or and y'all can laugh at me and listen. But I'd be willing to step in and do that.
That's an excellent training device. They do Whitney and some of the other development stuff we've done. Like just shoulder serve someone else's call.
You willing to
And
allow
that
to be recorded?
deep, kind of mimetic learning. Just kind of like copycat stuff. It works pretty well. Jack.
Sure, I think we'll find that in development there are some things in the.
Hold on just a second.
Yep.
That's probably like the only noise we're gonna hear this morning, but, okay, you were saying?
I was saying that I think in the terms of development, we'll find that as we go along today, that there are some things in the pipeline that are gonna address that very thing, and I think we have some good things coming.
Yeah, I agree. And my God, could the Republicans and Democrats be making it any easier?
Yeah, right?
If we can't rise to this occasion, then we should, I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it until 6 months from now, but let's just see what we get done. Carol?
I'd like to be removed from your naughty list because Kyle and Christy helped me. Christy, you said check my junk folder, which I did not know there was such a thing.
Okay.
And Kyle, who tried it, he sent it twice. I know you did too, but I never got that password reset until Kyle did it. I don't know, maybe Kyle has.
But you're in now?
Magic.
Like, you're good now?
I don't have a clue what it looked. I mean, I might look confused.
Okay. Well, we'll help you with that. Like, that's the whole point, is to kind of get, some of us have done this before. We already know we'll intuitively, even if it wasn't Nation Builder, it was some other system that works basically the same way or whatever. And some of us, this is like straight up throw them in the deep end and good luck, So we'll try to help coach people. We just need to find out who needs coaching, Susan. Yeah.
I don't know if this is the right place to bring this up. It's kind of an operational question. I wanted to bring up our process of how we draft, vote on, and put out resolutions. In June, we put out the resolution on the bombing in Iran, which was great. But I just feel like it took a long time. So June 20th, they announced the bombing. I know that Saturday morning, because I was on the forum, at 9 a.m., Kenneth Pekin wrote a very good resolution that he went to workshop. He posted it, right? It wasn't until Tuesday that he put up a co-sponsor. Wednesday, you put up the vote. I guess bylaws demand that we have a certain amount of time.
Yeah.
So Friday, you said the vote passed. It passed unanimously. I checked on Discord. We actually pushed out to social media, at least on Discord, Sunday the 29th. So that's 8 days after the bombing. I feel like that was extremely slow and not, we missed the media cycle. If we could have taken advantage of the media cycle, we missed that. So I don't know from an operational, in terms of how this process works, we could make that better and speed it up, especially like you said, we have Republicans doing all this stuff. Maybe we want to do some resolutions, but if we miss that news cycle, it's kind of not useful. I know that Ted Brown earlier in the year put out a resolution for Travis County that got national media attention. So we know it's a tool that can be used, but I'm not sure that's was not effective in that
Good
cycle.
Good observation, good question.
Yeah, it's a great question, a little bit off topic for where we are right now, and we can't really solve that right now.
Okay.
But I would recommend, there are a couple of things about it, and I'm not arguing with you,
Yeah.
but the there's context for this, and number one, we're all volunteer organizations, so everybody's just kind of like on the forum whenever they feel like it. And we have the whole, like, vote has to stay open for 4 days, like we have policies, and processes in place.
And so I'm wondering if that would need maybe
Yeah.
a bylaws change for this particular type of action.
My suggestion would be for you to start talking to some of your colleagues, and because it sounds like there's some shared sentiment here, and then and talk to the folks on the policy committee, since they're right in the middle of working through all those. I don't think that's not policy. That's bylaws. Okay. Anyway, it's the usual deal. If we can get we can take that under advisement, but until we have like more paid staff and different bylaws, then it'll be hard to move fast. Like SLEC is not designed to move quickly for anything. We're a deliberative body, right?
I mean, from an operational terms of staff,
Right.
is there maybe need to put this type of work under certain, position? I'm just thinking of different ways to address that, and
So
that would be
let me-
under your purview, right? Maybe.
I would 100% endorse any moves we would want to make in the direction of freeing up our hardworking staff to move quicker with, wait for it, less oversight and backseat driving, so that we could capitalize on these kinds of opportunities. That's going to be a hard sell.
Okay.
Historically, this body has been very protective of its prerogatives and tends to want to know everything that's going on with staff, and wants to kind of like, I don't know if you're doing that right or not. So we're up against some I'm just trying to like be straight with you about this. I agree with you, but and I hope everybody's paying attention. Like, this is an institutional issue. We have a bunch of volunteers kind of all having a big conversation among themselves while shit's happening in real time that we're not keeping up with, right?
Yeah.
So that's something we should be thinking more about.
So let me ask you a question that kind of brings it back to the
I
chair
know I'm
report.
out of time at some point, but
Yeah,
let's like 2 more questions and
Bring
then
it back to the chair report.
Yeah.
Suppose this is a question. Seeing the lag in our ability to respond using a resolution voted on and approved by SLEC, is it within the purview of the chair to make a statement from the chair in a situation like that?
So, may I?
Yes, I think, yeah.
So, we've talked about this in like my meetings, right? And I would like to start utilizing both Jesse and Andrew more. When something big happens, going to them, having them make a statement, because both of them can speak on behalf of the party, right? But because a lot of times, by the time we pass a resolution, it's old news and it's not going to be clicks. So Jesse, Andrew, just know that Sean or I may be approaching you and saying, hey, this thing happened, can you write just like a little 1 paragraph thing we post on socials? Jesse, I know that's like right down your wheelhouse. So just know that's probably going to start happening.
Because that might address
That
what you're
would
observing.
address the timeliness.
Okay, Ted.
Just following up on that, so I agree that there's like a lot of slowness on that, but I know there's a concern about what messaging is coming out from the party, so which is why the whole body would want to approve a resolution. But on the other hand, our social media people are putting out posts on Facebook and X and others without each one being approved by the body. So it would seem like we can put out statements without the whole organization voting on it, if they're like strictly within our platform or our previous resolutions. And so it would seem like the chair could do that, or a designated person could do that, or social media people could be designated to do that, or whoever is interested in the issue, as long as you can quickly review it, like a commit, maybe a small group that can say, yep, that follows the platform.
I like it coming from the chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Orders of the day, please.
Yeah, we're out of time here, so we did good questions, to be continued,
Do
and
we have someone keeping time?
kind of, did we, anybody keeping time up here?
I can keep time.
John volunteered.
Mr. Wilford, did you volunteer to keep time for us?
Yes, I will, yes.
Thank you so much, that's much needed here. Okay, then I'm gonna step off and turn it over to Ms. Coward.
Thank you. All right, so I actually had a special request for some details on the Robert Robertson case for my report. So what I wanted to do is just kind of start with the written report as it was and just kind of ask the question to anyone. Is there anything in the report that you would like me to elaborate on? Is there anything in my written report that you had questions about? Happy to take a couple of moments to speak about the written report before I address the Robert Robertson thing. Awesome. Okay, rock and roll. Okay, so member reached out to me and wanted to get some information about the Robert Robertson case. I think for us as a body, we've been talking about it for well over a year now. So, I mean, I think it's pretty much old news to everyone here. I think that maybe some of our members at large in the community are just now kind of picking up on the story and are wondering, you know, what we're doing about it, how we're organizing. So for those who may be new to the body, just to kind of bring everyone up to speed. So last year, I started working within the community of folks who were advocating on behalf of Robert Robertson, who was scheduled to be executed in October of last year. So we as a body voted to sign on to the clemency letter that went to Governor Abbott, trying to get them to halt the execution. Governor Abbott ultimately did not, but the Texas House Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence at the time, this was last term technically, made an unprecedented move to actually subpoena Robertson to come and appear before the committee, which effectively halted the execution, which made a whole hubbub about, you know, constitutionality and legislative people, you know, maybe not staying in their lane, but anyway, I thought it was brilliant, so it is what it is. So they actually, the state would not allow him to testify in Austin, but I did go to the hearing, and this was in October of last year, where a number of people came and testified on his behalf, including Dr. Bill, the author John Grisham. But I think the most powerful testimony was from Ms. Terry Compton, who was one of the original 12 jurors in the farce of a trial in Palestine all those years ago, saying, you know, that they were not aware of the medical mishandling, the law enforcement mishandling. Basically, the jury was misled. And it was harrowing to hear the testimony and hear how many times the phrase shaken baby syndrome was said. If you go back and look at the minutes of the trial, how many times they actually said that phrase. All that being said, Ken Paxton is determined to kill this man. And they are now, he is now scheduled for execution again on October 16th of this year. Austin has reached out to folks at Walker County, where the Texas State Correctional Facility is currently unaffiliated, but it's the county directly north of mine. And then we have other counties that are affiliated around Walker County. So what I would like to do at some point today, whether it's at lunch or, you know, this evening or something like that, is get together with anyone who would be interested in, on the date of that execution, actually organizing something. So this is, again, this is Thursday, October 16th. Organizing something leading up to that, and then certainly at the prison on the date of the execution, which I'm hopeful will be stayed, but we will see how that goes. So if anybody is interested in that, or if anybody has any questions about why LP Texas signed up on that clemency, I'm happy to talk to anyone about that. But this is going to be a priority of mine for the next couple of months, so I would appreciate if anybody wants to get involved with that, just let me know. Questions about that?
Just one quick, where is that going to happen? Huntsville, I take it, or?
Yeah.
Okay,
Huntsville.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Jesse, I'm in.
Oh, yeah,
for sure.
Okay.
Did we wind up working with that group?
The Texas concerned about the, Texas conservative concerned about the death penalty, yes. So Nan Tolson is, and this was, so Texas conservatives concerned about the death penalty is under the umbrella of the Texas Coalition to Abolish the Death Penalty, so TDACP, which is a coalition partner of LP Texas. So this is kind of falls under the same umbrella as them. So Nan has been on point with this since the very beginning, working in concert with the Innocence Project, with Mr. Robertson's attorney, with the lead detective of the case back in the early 2000s, who now, you know, even the lead detective says that they got it wrong, and he should be freed, or at least stayed execution. So yeah, so I'll continue working with Nan and others to make sure that we are in lockstep with the broader movement happening on Mr. Robertson's behalf, but just kind of wanted to put the call out there for anyone who wanted to participate on any efforts that LP Texas will be doing, which is to be determined from today forward. All right.
Taking questions?
Yes, sir.
First, thank you so much for your efforts on this, and for I want to recognize the patience that you and Andrew and others have exercised explaining and bearing with members of this party who didn't understand or didn't have full context or reacted emotionally to the phrase shaken baby syndrome. And I want to recognize the patience that y'all have exercised and demonstrated, and recognize it as a great example of how to meet people where they are and bring them toward compassion and liberty. I also want to point out that and ask that, so we do have a great coalition partner in this, the Texas Coalition to Oppose the Death Penalty, and Mr. Robertson's case is not the only case in the pipeline. It's not the only execution in the pipeline that is concerning. Would it be possible to for us to get updates from that organization and organizations similar to it, so that we can be looking down the pipeline at other things that we might want to work with them on, you know, just to sort of have a forward-looking thing, so that you know, this is a we may lose this battle, but you know, I would like for the war opposing state homicide to continue. So if you could give us an update on that going forward, or point us in the direction of where to look for updates on other things that our coalition partner is doing, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll partner with Ms. Wolford. Like, the coalitions fall under the Legislative Action Department. I don't want to step on her toes, but I'm happy to partner with Anastasia for us to figure out how we more effectively work with coalition partners on those types of things. Absolutely. Clark, I think you had a question as well.
Yeah, I have not really, unfortunately, been keeping up with the specifics, but what is the Abbott and Paxton position, considering that it sounds like there's just a whole lot of evidence that, so what do they gain from going, other than just pure political demagoguery?
That's it.
Okay, well.
I mean, I wish I had an answer for that. I mean, if basically what Paxton is doing is regurgitating the court minutes from the trial back in the early, it was 2002, I can't remember off the top of my head, I apologize, guys. But basically just, you know, using the trial records and saying, you know, oh, well, you know, all these, you know, medical professionals and law enforcement folks, and he acted, suspiciously and things like that. I can tell you more about it offline. I'm happy to, but I mean, some of the ways that he behaved are, you know, Mr. Robertson is on the autism spectrum, so he had some reactions that, you know, maybe were a little bit odd for law enforcement in a situation like, you know, your daughter, you know, being in, you know, I don't know why Paxton continues to push this in the face of all of this evidence, clearly showing that the man should get a new trial. I wish I knew his motivations, but I wouldn't care to speculate on that.
It sounds like there is a constituency for killing him, I guess, or just, you know.
There absolutely is.
Okay.
There absolutely is, yeah. And if you're looking just at the court records, I can see why. But again, there has been, you know, decades of research, and there's definitely a preponderance of doubt of whether he should be executed. And Paxton, again, is just absolutely determined to exercise our right to put this man to death. And Governor Abbott was eerily quiet last time around, which is again, why I think the committee, the House committee felt the need to, you know, act because Abbott wasn't of that time.
Thank you, Jesse.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone.
That is the Wi-Fi password.
Okay.
Use the.
All right. Oh, wait, that's my time.
Yes,
All right.
there's nothing to include, but there's a promo code, yes.
All right, and just
Okay.
for, I'll do this real quick and I'll give you up. It'll be for my time. We had someone else arrive, so we're sitting at, quorum is now 18. 2/3 is 24, 3/4 is 27.
Thank you. Welcome. This is a coupon code or it's a password?
It's the password for the Wi-Fi.
Okay, the password is premium guest. That's all together, capital P, lowercase, REMIUMGUEST. Premium guest.
The Hilton Honors, and you have to click on the I have a promo code.
Thank you.
I have an oral report today because I went back to work on Thursday and things have been a little crazy, getting everything written up. But just this last quarter, rewriting minutes, working on minutes. I know I have kept up with who's come on the body, who's left the body, all the, for the SDs, filling vacancies that were in multiple counties and single counties. I've sat on different interviews for county chair positions and staff positions. Houston Pride, went to Washington County for theirs. That was really fun, summer social. Yeah!
Super fun.
That was super fun. Coming up in the next quarter is Montgomery County has their Pride event. Katy Pride's coming up. We'll be participating. I'll be there for that. And whatever hats I wear. So that's what's coming up so far. If anyone has any questions about anything going on, manuals have been updated and posted, and links, and staff members, SLEC members. If you have any questions, just feel free to reach out and contact me. Does anyone have any questions? I'm taking the rest of my time.
Great.
Joe.
Mr. Burns.
You all right? Just dude, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna throw up on the screen. Look, you had your own folder. Oh, but that one's that's the other folder. Hang on. I got you. I got you. Hang on, Joe. Go ahead.
So again, I apologize that this wasn't put out quicker. We actually achieved it 2 weeks ago, and then I sent a few emails out asking for some corrections, and then just forgot that I needed to post it on the forum. So let me start with asking, does anybody have any questions? I'm going to go through and do a little bit of a summary. I kind of see my position as treasurer to put the numbers out there for you guys as objectively as I possibly can. And I spent a lot of time kind of debating myself over the right words to use when I make financial notes. Because, you know, as a treasurer, the numbers are what they are, right? It's math. You can't argue with it. But as a select member and as an elected officer, I have my opinions about what those numbers mean, about how to analyze them in an objective manner so that you can get I guess, the most honest and accurate opinion about those things. So does anyone have any questions before I start? Anything that anybody didn't understand? Any curiosities? Okay.
Which one you want first?
We're going to need it focused up a little bit, but you just start at the very top.
Okay.
It definitely looks like.
Oh, I have no control over.
Can you be bigger?
You can
I can make it
open
bigger.
it with the PDF viewer instead of the browser,
There
and
you
it will
go.
give you some more focus and size.
That one?
It, Now, if you download it and then open it with your PDF viewer, there you go. Nope, no, you go to the file in your downloads folder.
I did, that's the one. It opened in a new tab, but that's
You
it.
go to it in the folder and right click it and say open with. There you go.
Okay.
No. You may not have a PDF viewer installed.
We can get back, does everybody have it? I mean, you have it on your phones,
True.
it's in the thing, you can,
True, I'll
you can
look
pull
at
it
it
up. So let's go ahead and, thank you, that actually helps me too. Go ahead and scroll down, I wanna just go ahead and go to the notes. Because this is, kind of a section here. Let's get it in fact, accumulated, so let me grab that. I'm gonna have to use my phone for it too, because I can't even really make that out.
Request for information, I'm having trouble finding the report again.
If you go to
Tell me
the,
where it is?
yeah, if you go to the, in the meeting thing where everybody puts their reports, you'll see my comment.
Yeah.
And under my comment, I'm actually doing this with you. Not the first comment. The first comment I made was about the TEC. We're not, unless anybody has any questions, I'm not gonna go over that. But if you scroll down to my other one, you'll see where it says Treasurer's Report may be found here. If you click here, that is an embedded link that takes you directly into Ignite.
In the agendas, reports and motions,
Yeah, keep
Q3,
scrolling
the
here,
only thing I see is a question from Billy about is it appropriate to ask questions, and then feel free to tell me on my cell. Okay, so I'm not in the right spot.
No, that's the
No,
right
that's
spot.
the right spot.
He's
It's further down.
The
Scroll
word
up.
here in all caps is a link.
Yeah, but I think it's broke to the second
It's
page.
page two, you got page two.
Right.
Oh.
No, I saw it, but I can't find it again.
I'll get it for you.
My apologies.
I was gonna say, you want me to pull it up on mine?
Sorry, guys, I've been so spoiled by Kyle and others that have been able to pull this stuff up with ease on it.
If you can't get into Ignite, message me on Discord and I'll figure out what.
Is it the projector?
It's the projector because everything's been fuzzy.
Oh, gotcha. Where's the projector at?
Big.
Too far.
I don't have a remote.
So this is a good time to bring this up since this is causing problems. When I post my reports to the forum, it is a public forum. I don't know what our bylaws are on this, and you'll correct me, and we've had discussions about it, but I post a link specifically to the folder in Ignite, partially to help those of you who are new or even have been on like I was for a couple of years before I could figure out how our file saving system worked. So you can go directly into that album or folder where that report is. In that folder, you'll have all of the individual documents that I stacked into my report as individual PDFs. So you can take them individually and work on them. You don't have to just use the one big PDF, but it's all there. And I believe only members of SELEC or people who signed the NDA would have access to that folder. I don't have a problem making our financials sort of public, in other words, available to our membership. I have a very big problem making these financials available to our competition. So in my mind, burying that link there and making it behind the Ignite security, so to speak, means that if one of our members wants to see them, they just need to reach out to their select rep who has direct access, and they can discuss that, and it helps foster relationships between the select reps and their constituents. And they can make sure the select rep themselves can ensure that they're not just handing it over to a GOP operative, whatever. Okay, so now that I've got it pulled up, so you can see that my main note, and I'll just read it out loud, halfway through the year, we are showing a net loss that is greater than what we budgeted for the entire year. So that means at this point, from an income statement standpoint, we've already lost more money than we had anticipated. Now, we did set a negative budget for this year, which is fine, plenty of assets, but we need to be aware of that. We've already reached that goal, so to speak. So if we break even for the next 2 quarters, we're going to be pretty much exactly where we budgeted on a net income, net loss basis. There are obviously 2 major things that contribute to this, or income and expenses, right? So you can hit your budget by keeping your income numbers up, or you can hit it by reducing your expenses. What we've done thus far in maintaining that loss is our income numbers are horrible, but our expenses are good. We've kept our expenses tight. So we're doing okay, but if you remember 2 or 3, maybe 4 meetings ago, I can't remember when everybody just kind of paraphrased what I said into spend the money.
Yeah.
Which was kind of it, but now I'm saying raise the money. Like we have to raise the money. Like we're at a point where if you're an accountant, the writing's on the wall, it's clear as day. If this were a business, we'd be going under. I mean, not under, going under, meaning we're ticking down to the end, right? Now, this is an off year. It's not a presidential year when we're known to raise money and it spikes, what have you. But point is, we need to get to raising money, and whatever we do, I know that we've got some things in the works on paying, fundraisers. I may consider taking advantage of what y'all passed and coming on board to raise some money again. I may need to. Our legal fund. One of the things you won't see here is I just paid a roughly $26,000 bill last night. I'm still a little puckered from that. Jared LeBlanc is amazing. He's one of the best attorneys I've ever met. He does great work, but the state knows what they're doing. They've been burning time and making motions, forcing him to do things, which causes us to have to pay for him to do those things. So anyway, we're real low on the legal budget now. You won't see that on here because, again, I made that last night. But is that it's low. I chose to do something that I'll do from time to time if it seems like it warrants it. I've done this for prior events. The Legislative Action Fund, I did a financial analysis of it, and I felt like when you tend to analyze things as an accountant, you do them on quarters, monthlies, year-to-dates. You have all these categories that you're supposed to neatly fit in. Second.
For how long?
15 minutes.
Is there an objection to extending for 15 minutes?
Try to move faster.
Okay, 15 minutes.
Okay. So it would, the way I started looking at this is I wanted to see how we did. How did we do? How did the Legislative Action Fund do? How did we do it raising money? How did we do it spending it? How did that entire department do? Because and I'll get with you two later and give you my personal thanks for it, but obviously they did a great job. This has absolutely nothing to do with them, other than maybe a hats off to you guys for helping raise money for what you were doing when we ought to have other people providing the funding for you to go spend. You shouldn't have to really raise it yourself, but y'all did a great job of doing that. It bothers me personally a little bit that we didn't raise more money than we did for what I and a lot of you consider a core function of our political party. But we can rectify that. Again, that's a different discussion. As far as the analysis goes, I went back to December of 2024. So it's an odd time to pick it, but the Legislative Action Department doesn't work on a fiscal year, calendar year, whatever. It had a certain balance in the account to start with, y'all started raising money in December, like I think it was December 2nd, when Anastasia made the first deposit, the first donation, and went from there. So you can go through that and look. I basically made a short profit and loss statement. I made a simple cash flow statement, because cash flow helps you tell where you're at. If you have any outflows, if you're going to go negative in your bank balance, you can be making a ton of money, but if it's all in accounts receivable because you haven't been paid yet and you're paying expenses, your bank balance is going to go negative, as I'm sure we've all experienced at one point in our lives. Basically, the Legislative Action Fund, the numbers of it are, it lost $12,500. But we knew going in, we made motions, we were prepared for the general fund to help cover the Legislative Action Fund in the event that it wasn't able, the fund itself wasn't able to raise the money it needed to cover its expenses. I mean, I personally gave $2,000 to that account with no qualms, because it's important to me. And it's important to me that our base money doesn't get spent on that as well. I would love to see next time that we spend more, but that we also get ahead of the game and do a better job of raising the funds necessary so that it doesn't have to tap on the general fund. From the cash flow side, we ended up not needing the $10,000 that you guys gave it from the general fund, but it was close. It was, I mean, if you follow the cash flow on a day-to-day, I think we came within $200 of that account being zeroed out. So it was a good thing that you guys did that and made that transfer of funds. But the account is sitting healthier than it was. It was at $10,255 before this started in December of 24. We're now at $11,800, so it's $1,600 ahead. One concern I have as an accountant, and this, we can talk privately if any of you are into financials and stuff, but I don't consider it to be pedantic, but the general fund paying for some of the expenses and the fund paying for other parts of the expenses, that stuff muddies the waters a great deal. It also sets off my auditing antenna, because when you get a BBA in accounting, auditing is the section of learning you go through, and you look for inconsistencies and things that look like somebody might be cheating, like somebody might be embezzling, collusion might be happening. There are all kinds of financial crimes that you can find, and you look for those red flags, and that's a big one. Like when I look at these numbers objectively, as if I weren't a member of this party and I was some accountant looking over our shoulder, I'd be like, what the hell's going on there? So I would like us to fix that and not do that again in future. That is my personal request as treasurer. I've kept up with it. It doesn't necessarily, it makes my job a little harder, but we don't need to be mixing and matching. Let each of the funds do its own thing, and then if they get down, we can do a transfer like we did. So that's the good and the bad of that. Other than that, really, I don't have anything to add on our financials. I did include, when you look at the report, you're going to see multiple income statements, and it might be confusing. One of those is going to be just for the period, just for this quarter, because you have to have that, and it's kind of useless without other information. So another income statement gives you January 1st to June 30th, and then the third income statement I included was a comparison Q1 to Q2 side by side, so you can see that. Don't take those numbers too seriously, because again, our stuff ebbs and flows. Like almost all of the Legislative Action Department's expenses happened in like Q1 and Q2. They're not going to have anything for the rest of the year, so keep that stuff in mind. That's it. That's all I've got.
Great. Any questions?
Renee?
I'm sorry, Renee Perez, ST22. So looking at that bottom of this page here under financial notes, the one when you say general fund as of 7/15, so that balance, that's before you had to write the $26,000 check?
Yes. So just to be clear, and I probably should have put something here. Budget notes are notes on the actual budget. They are financial notes, but financial notes is kind of a technical term in generally accepted accounting principles. These are the notes that go actually on the income statements, on the balance sheets, that are required as disclosures to shareholders and that type of thing. So that's why I separate those two. What you see under financial notes, you will also see on the different things like balance sheet. You should see that note on that balance sheet in perpetuity. Same thing for profit and loss. I add that because I don't do the books the same way Kate kind of did them on month to month, so to speak, and she liked to come in here with as most up to date as she could, and I don't do things that way. So I feel like it's when we do the books, which we did them on 7/15, I pull the actual balance of the general fund so you could say, this is what we had cash on hand that day that we did the report. So yes, that was very much before. But you said before the payment on the legal fund. That legal fund, it didn't affect that at all. The legal fund is a separate bank account. So the general fund's probably, I don't know that we've paid more than $1,000 or $2,000 out of that since then. I would assume we're probably riding, I can find out for you, but I doubt it's less than 57K right now in the general fund.
I got Jack and then Billy.
Jack?
Jack Westbrook,
Yes, sir.
31. You may have put this in there and I just overlooked it somewhere. And I see in here that, you know, we need to raise funds. No argument there. Is there anything in the current budget that you have looked at and said, you know what, we could reduce our spending in that area, in my opinion, and I'm talking about your opinion, so that we are not headed the direction we're headed? Is there anything that we can change or adjust and do something different? I didn't see anything in your notes about that. Maybe I overlooked it.
No, you did not.
Okay.
There's a reason you didn't see
Is there
that.
anything?
No, there's not.
Okay.
When a ship's going down, you start throwing things overboard. We're at that point. If you're cutting expenses now, you're throwing stuff overboard. That's not what we need to do. We need to row harder.
Yep.
Okay. Got me? There's a time to cut expenses. This ain't it.
I just want to make sure we're doing.
No, we have tightened the belt. It's, for me, if I owned this business, it's embarrassing to me financially that we have cut our expenses as tight as we have. Like, we need to get out there and make some sales. Yeah, of course.
Just wanted to say a big shout out to Carter and the rest of the staff. They really are, like, we're spending less than we budgeted. That side is okay. It's the income side. Problem's not operations, it's problem sales. So we need to get better at selling the party, and that's going to be the work. So.
Exactly the thing.
So, very quick question. Legislative Action Fund, the way that we've had to do transfers from the general fund and stuff like that, does the Legislative Action Fund still not have a debit card tied to it? So,
no, our only debit cards are tied directly to the general fund. So if we have to pay for an expense somewhere, it initially comes out of the general fund.
Yeah.
And then when we do the books, I sit there and figure out and make transfers of money back and forth, which also are huge red flags, but it just is the way it is.
Yeah,
I mean, we could get credit cards for those things, but man, trying to keep up with that stuff and then people losing them and the security problems, I'm perfectly fine with the way we're doing it.
With a debit card that was attached to the Legislative Action Fund account or a similar account, we could create a digital card or a virtual card that can be used by authorized members instead of a physical card. And that digital card can be, with authorization, loaded onto their phones and it can be used through Apple Pay or Google Pay in order to conduct those transactions directly out of that special legislative action fund, which would reduce the administrative burden on our accounting and reduce red flags.
It is now being entered into my calendar to contact Frost to see if they can do that for us.
Yeah.
Because that's the way to go. That's the solution right there, Billy. Nail on the head. Yeah, I do that in my own life. I don't know why I hadn't thought of it for this. Yeah, because most of what we spend is usually online. No one's running around with an actual credit card paying bills that way.
But in the event that you have to, you can still do it like that. But my question is there
to minimize the amount of times we need to transfer money between.
Is there a policy, bylaw, or other prohibition preventing us from doing that?
Not that I'm aware. There's very little policy on what the treasurer does, which I'm thankful for while I'm treasurer. I'm thankful for when anyone else.
That is my humble recommendation. My humble recommendation is that we use a virtual card.
Gotcha. I'm on it.
Jack again.
Go ahead, Jack.
I've got a request from the Peanut Gallery. The question is, who's responsible for fundraising in the Libertarian Party of Texas?
We all are.
In lieu of the development department.
The development department is probably,
No, emphasize development.
I would say every member in this room, every party member. I was raising money for this party before most of the people on SLEC even knew who I was.
Thank you.
I mean,
that's a dumb question. I already know the answer. But I just want to make sure.
I called it was rhetorical.
Right,
Jocelyn.
I was wondering if you could talk about the operation renewal. that has been worked on for the
Oh,
residual
yes, oh
department.
my gosh, yeah. So you're talking about what we were working on that you started. Jocelyn has been putting together an ops manual, because a lot of times when we pass these offices on, we don't get a whole lot, because the previous officer, or whoever, director of the department, has been working their butt off just to get stuff done, and finding extra time to go back and write a step-by-step manual about how they did it, big pain in the ass. I've been working on mine since the day I took over. It's just in scribbly notes and a spreadsheet and a document, and it's not polished. Jocelyn took it upon herself here recently to do one for the bookkeeper's position, and it is coming out amazing. I believe with links, screenshots, like if we get a bookkeeper to take her place, if they can't follow that, we need to get a different bookkeeper. Her stuff is amazing.
Bravo.
I don't know how close we are to done on that, but just know it's in the works. It's not going to be needed.
It also is about the treasurer and going through TEC to start, and all of that, not
Yes.
just bookkeeper.
Yeah, because like I found out by happenstance that I was supposed to actually notify TEC that I'm the new treasurer, that her outgoing resignation in my election didn't do that. And so I was weeks late in complying with state law. Like I broke state law.
That's my libertarian.
Like within 2 weeks. Yeah, but unintentionally. Like,
I know.
So, but yeah, so.
Brian?
Thank you, Jocelyn. I completely forgot. Ms. Barney, unless you have.
So you say the general fund, 58,767?
Yes, ma'am.
So I know we have already authorized 80,000 for the convention?
That's out of the convention fund. So we have 6 different bank accounts.
Yes, so the convention fund. So obviously we're gonna bring money into the convention fund, but if there is a shortfall there, very much like these transfers you're talking about, is it automatically transferred out of the general fund to cover that for that convention?
There's no automatic to that. We would have to vote. I believe we would have to vote. I'd have to check like the 3 different governing documents, but I'm pretty sure that's how it would have to happen. The odds of that happening though are slim to none, because the reality is that bank account has like 60 grand in it. I think we budgeted 70 something. Like if we'll raise the difference and be out of the fear or even possibility of going red on convention by the time the new year rolls around, because usually we start selling convention packages.
So is there a place to see, you said we have these 7 different funds, what money is in each one? 6?
Yes, ma'am. It's called a balance sheet, and it's going to be it should be the first. If you'll scroll up, scroll down. Sorry, scroll down.
Okay.
Wait, I'll start with a budget, and usually scroll down a little more. Should be the first one. Yeah, I put that as the first document because the balance sheet's going to be your snapshot. It's so you can see right now in these bank accounts, the campaign support fund sitting at 2,600. Convention at 69. I apologize. I should have remembered that number. The convention. Wait a minute. Hold on. I can't read across. General fund was at 59. Legal fund was at 29. Now riding at $3,000. So that's going to be a fundraiser at some point. Legislative Action Fund 11.8. LP Texas Reserve 10 grand. That's the emergency fund. My bad. But that's where the balance sheet is now. Scroll up a little bit because I still haven't fixed this problem. That's one thing I did want to mention. So on the balance sheet, the bottom of the balance sheet.
Oh, wait, you said scroll up. Okay.
No, a little bit more. Don't show me a little more of the balance sheet. There you go. So you'll see that we have equity, pre-2024 AJs and retained earnings. All of this stuff is just to make it balance. I had to do a bunch of AJEs, adjusting journal entries, to rectify errors in the books going back 15 years. Woo. So, but I'm still getting to this. I've used Nation Builder to make me a list of 12 individuals who are in the accounting profession. I have sent out emails. I've had 3 of them volunteer to help me out. These are people that do this every day, and I don't. So we're in that in the works. Thank you, guys.
Next line item on our agenda is a 15-minute break. It's 10:15, so we will reconvene here at 10:30.
Hey, folks, some folks raised their hands and said that they
please just take the time to fill those out. But all in all, this is the most emails we've ever sent in a legislative action cycle either, like 2 actual reps. 4,664 was our total when I did this report, and I would imagine we'll probably do some more action buttons throughout the special session. So for those of you that have been filling those out, thank you so much. Please continue to do so. I know Anastasia and Kevin both were very thankful for some of the engagement we got. Lisa, our historian, has been killing it. She has updated a lot of stuff on Elpedia for us. She's working with the National Historic Preservation Committee on some other stuff. Like, I can't say enough nice stuff about her. She is really doing well. For affiliate training and support, Jacob Bradley's been hosting very reoccurring trainings there. The attendance has kind of been hit or miss on those. So he's going to start shifting his focus and concentrate on less of those and more of reaching out and seeing if we can get some more counties affiliated and following up those leads. That's just a time utilization judgment that we're making there. If we're spending a lot of time and effort doing a training that 10 people are going to attend versus going out and getting some new counties affiliated, we're just going to try and switch that up a little bit. IT update. I just want to thank Kyle and Austin for doing an amazing job.
Hell yeah.
Like, they are awesome. They are on it. They don't gripe. It's very thankless work because it seems like we always need something right now, and that they are killing it. Not only are they just really doing a good job of meeting our needs. Austin's working on documenting all of our processes on the back end, which is phenomenal. It'll be the first time we've had that. And then the cost savings that we've been doing from the IT department. And it's not just the IT. Staff in general has done an amazing job cutting and shrinking costs. But in the IT section, it's very noticeable there. So thanks again to those folks. Almost, I think the rest of the report pretty much is going to be talking about CRM utilization, cleanup, that sort of stuff. That was a huge focus for us this quarter. I also want to thank Andrew. He was not just I'd like to do this thing, can y'all make it happen? He was, neck deep in the water there with us, knocking out a ton of the work, very hands-on, helping us get some new capabilities built in Nation Builder, getting some processes that used to be very manual and time-consuming, automated in Nation Builder. So huge thank you to Andrew for that. We're coming right along. Nick is doing a lot of the very tedious contact cleanup in Nation Builder. He's already knocked out 500 duplicate records. Nice. There's 3,500, I'm not gonna call them trash records, but they're just so cold or missing data, or we can't contact them, or they don't want us to contact them. About 3,500 contacts there that he's about halfway through getting that piece cleaned up. So it's a significant workload to go look at each of these records, try to figure out, is it something salvageable? Is it not? Have they donated in the past? There's certain criteria that we are keeping some of those records, but it's a lot of work. And again, very tedious, so thank you to Nick for that. So tagamations is kind of what I talked about already with, it now gives us the ability to automate some additional stuff with tags and lists. That's huge for us because it's going to save us a bunch of time. Bookkeeping, Joe talked to me about a problem that we are having that's causing him and Jocelyn a significant amount of time. And basically it comes down to Nation Builder is sending a different invoice sending the invoice for a donation that was made, but once that donation goes through our payment processor, what's hitting our bank account is a slightly different amount because they take a fee there, and it's causing them a lot of manual work to go in and match all of those to make sure it's right. We've got a meeting scheduled with our Nation Builder POC and Joe, and we're going to sit down. We can't be the only ones having that problem, right? And surely there is a fix to it, so we're hoping they can give us some insight there. Website overhaul is still on the horizon. Andrew and I met about that recently. I would anticipate in the next month or so, we're probably going to pull in the IT folks, the comm folks, and a few other key players, probably department heads, and sit down and start mapping this out, planning it out. So just heads up, that is coming. And the final thing in my report, just talking about burnout, right? Burnout is real. I know if you've been around the party a while, you've probably either felt it or seen it in someone that you know. Just know that like we are an almost all volunteer org, right? Staff is trying to do their best. Don't beat them up too much. Not that that's been a problem, but just be lenient with staff because that will accelerate burnout. Also, if you find yourself with a bunch of free time and you would like to get involved and help us lift some of these big rocks, let me know. Whether it be a staff position, like an official on the org chart staff position, or whether it be just, hey, I want to help out with this project, and we can utilize you as just a generic volunteer. But just know, more hands do make all work, so keep that in the back of your mind. That kind of concludes my report piece. I do want to talk about like way ahead type stuff. I know Joe was talking about the budget. I'm aware of 3 budget things that need to happen before we actually do the budget in November, right? So John, his department, the way it was budgeted, when we set off was kind of weird. We have since had a new policy and all that, so we need to do some budget realignment there, and we'll talk about that later in this meeting. Also, for events, we have an events budget currently to cover all of these meetings for the remainder of the term, right? Or remainder of this budget year, right? What we don't have is anything on top of that. So if we're talking fundraisers or anything like that, it was not budgeted. Just know that Andrew has been in contact with Spike Cohen, and he has agreed to come out and help us with a fundraiser at our November SLEC meeting. That is a good thing, and I think it will be a fairly cheap fundraiser for us to host. Over the next couple weeks, I'm going to do the math and line item, tell you how much stuff is going to be. I will be presenting that, well, I won't, but someone on SLEC, I may have Jesse move it or someone, sorry. But someone on SLEC will be presenting that to you guys to basically ask for y'all to fund that, right? And again, I know it's another expense, but it's one that I think will pay out 3-4-fold. Sure. Also, along that lines, the only other thing that we may need to ask for money for before we do next year's budget, the campaign support fund, we've hosted some really good trainings out of that already. We've used a different vendor each time, so we've gotten kind of some different perspectives. Long term, we're going to start doing our own training that's kind of based on a hodgepodge of these things. But in the short term, we're trying to bring in a variety of different guests so we can kind of see what is working and what is not, right? We would like to do a training in conjunction with that fundraiser that we're going to do the following morning, where we have a breakfast with Spike that is a fundraiser for the campaign support fund. And then the rest of the day will basically be campaign training, another one. Nathan has been working on pricing that out. It looks like we're about $600 short out of the fund. He does have a $500 discretionary that we can throw some money for. Just know that we may ask for you to nickel and dime fund that. But we're talking a couple $100. If y'all won't do it, I'll swipe my debit card for it. So that's where we're at. So that's kind of the upcoming budgetary stuff that I'm aware of. And then going into the November meeting, that will be our main budget meeting. Just know that staff, all of the savings that we've been able to add up thus far will be codified in the next budget. So that budget should be significantly smaller than the one we passed previously. And also, hopefully by that time, John will have had some time to work his magic, and the bleeding will have stopped by November, hopefully. That's the goal, right? Because if you don't have someone actively following up with people whose card was declined, card was canceled, that sort of thing, your course is always going to be tapering down, right? And we just haven't had that in a while. So I'm very thankful again to John. If development is your forte, please go talk to John. We would love to add you to the development department. I'm into that. So just know if you have free time, even if hey, I just want to stuff envelopes behind the scenes or whatever, we'll put you to work there. John coming on board is the first step of getting our development department. It's not a fix-all, right? So that's step number one, and we'll continue work from there. But we've already had some great conversations. I'm very excited to see John bring his vision to life there. So, any questions? Yes, sir.
Darren Pollock, SB 25. Just a quick question on the spike thing. Is Tasha?
Yes.
All
right. That's all we need. That's all we care about.
Tasha.
Yeah.
Tasha's husband.
So, any other questions? Man, y'all are too gentle. I'm not used to this, so. All right, I'll see you next time.
That feels like a dirty joke waiting to happen. Like a point that I did not make. See, I listened to the code of conduct stuff, right? I listened.
They'll tell you when to violate it.
Morning.
Howdy.
Does anybody have any questions about my report?
I have just a brief one. So I love the work that y'all did. Thank y'all so very much. I do have a question about the vape ban, the THC vape ban bill that wasn't even on my radar at all. Like when I found out about it, I was just absolutely gobsmacked.
They ran it through their opening day.
Wow. Okay.
They suspended the rules on hearings and notice and all of that.
You just rammed it through. Okay.
Yep.
It didn't feel good.
They aren't listening to us. The Senate for sure is not listening to us. If we have any chance of stopping these bills, it's gonna be through the House.
Yeah.
The Senate has stopped listening.
Yeah. They've already been told how to vote.
Even
and
some
everything.
Democrats have stopped listening on the Senate side.
Crazy concept, right?
So it went through, you're saying it went through like super early in the session and was, just.
Day one.
Okay.
There's still technically some work that we can do on it. We are basically following the lead of Marijuana Policy Project and Texans for responsible, weed responsibilities. But we're following their lead on it, since they have people down in El Salvador.
Okay, great. And during special session, I saw that, another SB 5 already, left the Senate, sent over to the House.
They're not listening to us.
Is there work that we can do during special session, or?
Always, contact, call them.
Yeah.
Call your reps.
Their primary focus right now has been redistricting. They're holding hearings, or they were holding hearings practically every day. The House had a meeting yesterday where the committee actually discussed it. It was a fight, but.
I saw some video. Yeah, the redistricting thing is important. Don't get me wrong, but I don't want us to miss the other stuff because we're focused on the shiny thing over here.
Yeah, we're following it all. I have all of the bills categorized and a status of how we're going to handle them. Updated through yesterday morning-ish.
Okay.
It's up to between the House and the Senate about 600 right now. And so they're filing a lot of stuff that's not technically on the priorities that Abbott set for it. So I'm hoping that a lot of it's going to get tossed out, but you know how they are. So.
Yeah. Sometimes they'll talk about one thing and then pass another thing.
Yeah, but we are sending out communications to people on the various committees that these bills are going to go to. A lot of them haven't even been sent to committee yet because they're so focused on redistricting. So it's giving us kind of a chance to hop in and get ready to start just blasting them. Okay. I have several action buttons that are already drafted and ready to launch as soon as anything moves on them. I have several web pages also ready to launch. Just all I gotta hit is publish and they'll be up and ready to go. and we're just kind of waiting on anything else to move right now. So the weed thing went through the first day, and it's been all redistricting since then. So actually, there's a hearing tomorrow on a bathroom bill that would extend state powers to requiring people to use the bathroom associated with their sex assigned at birth.
It sounds like it'd be fun to enforce. Yeah.
Well, and the fun part is that the party who's all about local control is using the state to control localities. So it's going to be interesting. I may be coming to SLEC, or I may have to run it through the officers just because I don't know that I'll have time to do a forum vote to have an official stance, since that is kind of a touchy issue. With anything that is absolutely clearly defined in our platform, I feel confident running it, but there are a couple of things that I'm going to be asking you guys to give me formal go ahead.
Anything I can do, give me a call.
Any other questions?
Well, there's much a question, just a comment. Me and Sean and Troy Holcomb were at the Arlington, redistricting hearing, and I believe towards the very end, out of 5 hours of testimony, only
7.
people, 7 total, okay. Only 2 people asked or were
in favor of it?
In favor of the districting, so just stay in that.
They filed over 200 maps at this point, and reviewed all of the maps. There are about a dozen that are reasonable, that would end the gerrymandering, which could get the fucking reps to actually listen to us for a change, to anybody for a change, but it's not gonna happen.
No.
They're gonna redistrict. We just have to hope it's not one of the worst ones.
Our consolidated power.
And I'd like to move to go into executive session, and include in that anybody who has signed an NDA. I just don't want to talk on the live stream for a second.
Request for information.
Majority vote. We go into executive session and we
We
start
have
the
a
live
motion
stream.
to enter executive session.
Second.
We got a second.
So Joe had a
For how
question.
long?
Until we leave it.
Until we're done, okay.
reason for it?
I don't want to talk on the live stream.
Yeah.
Is there a reason you could give on the live stream?
Category.
Topic?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Political strategy.
Okay, there you go. That works.
There you go.
So we have a motion and a second. We'd like to enter, it has been proposed that we enter executive session to discuss political strategy. Is there any objection to doing that? Hearing no objection, we're in executive session. What that means, guests
Are we on?
Bring your purses
What, the state?
bring your purses, bring your wallets to the next select meeting. I have fun fundraising plans. Exciting.
You have what?
Fun fundraising plans. Bring your fucking purses to the convention. There's even more that's gonna happen there. I'm already in talks with the convention, well, talked to Nathan, that's who I talked to on the convention committee, about getting a table and harassing the shit out of you guys at the door. I've also challenged our new development director, told him I want $150,000 for my department.
Jeez.
Listen.
I can work full time then.
Exactly, and that's why I want it, because we lose so much fucking opportunity by only having somebody during the regular session. And it's not fair to go, hey, you've got 7 days notice to go be in in Austin. But if they're just on the payroll, one, they can be writing bills in between sessions. They can be schmoozing the shit out of people in between sessions. They can be in their offices. He can not just be in Austin, he can be in El Paso, and he can be in Dallas, and he can be in other places.
Yeah, I'll go to El Paso.
Let's be real. We have friends in El Paso. But I want really badly for next session to be able to hire Kevin if he wants it, somebody else if he doesn't, if he's retired by then, full time. I think we can do it. I think we need it, and if you thought it was good this time, it's going to be so much better next time.
I hope that you'll consider staying on as legislative action.
Me too.
Yes.
You made my job easier.
You have far outperformed my estimations, and I'm so very happy that that you took the role, and I think it's an awesome place for you.
Don't underestimate me. I'm done. If anybody, I think we're good. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Wilbur. Next up is campaign support, but since Mr. Polsky's not with us, my understanding is that Mr. Fanning is going to provide that for us.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I got distracted. All right, so for candidate support, y'all all know, last time we ran candidates, Nathan and Amanda put in a ton of work on candidate websites, candidate interviews. That has been our...
Michael.
Oh, Michael, yes, sorry. I'm not trying to leave people out, I'm just scatterbrained, I promise. But seriously, and there was a lot of hands in that. We set the bar really high for the amount of support we've given candidates. It's like, a lot of times candidates will approach us and be like, well, what can y'all give us? And unfortunately, it's like, well, we got ballot access, right? So, which is not a great offer, right? I mean, it's something, it's very valuable, but it's not everything. So, talking to Nathan, we are getting geared up to do all that again, plus some. So we will continue to expand the support that we can give directly to our candidates from the state party level. So that's a huge win. Also on the tracking and analytics side, Nathan has worked very closely with Anastasia. We're working to identify, who the people we want to run a more serious race against are, and we'll be seeing more of that. Candidate recruitment in general, if you know anyone who is slightly interested in running for office, have them go fill out the form on our website, right? Because that will put them in contact with Polsky, which can start that whole candidate support thing. We're tracking all of those. He's got a fantastic tracking system. And we're also right now, a big focus is recruiting the statewide candidates that do get us ballot access. So especially if you know anything there. I know Ted's been making phone calls there. So if you know someone who we could twist their arm into running for one of those. Paper candidates, I know we've always had like a lot of paper candidates. I would love to see paper candidates plus, where they're also running like an active online presence in addition to just being a paper candidate. With the right support team, that can be a very easy next step for them. And I think it will show in the election results that people are actually able to find stuff on them online, right? That's always kind of been the weakness with paper candidates. So that's really what I'm pushing for those that are interested in being paper candidates. Let's go paper candidate plus, right? Where we're maintaining an online presence. Obviously not required, but we're trying to push to do better, right? That's the goal there. Staffing in his department, obviously we just brought you on board, so thanks again there. He probably could use some additional staff. We don't have those positions on there, but I'm definitely willing to add those to the org chart. And if you just have some free time and want to help out, even if it's just on the back end, making some phone calls and updating spreadsheets or whatever, let Nathan know, let me know. If you've got the time and the willpower to do it, we can definitely use you there right now. Because if we don't put in a lot of effort here, we're not going to see a lot of candidates on the ballot, right? So if we don't put in a lot of effort here, we're not going to have a good statewide slate of candidates. Slate's the wrong word, but you get what I'm saying. So just think about that. Like, staff's already killing it. I'm not saying we don't got it, but more help is always better. All right. So if you're interested and passionate about helping out in those areas, please let me know or talk to Nathan, and we'll definitely put you to work. Any questions regarding any of that? Yes, sir.
Well, actually, I was just going to say, not a question, but on the candidate recruitment, which I've done quite a bit of, and I'm working on this time as well. The statewide candidates, I know these are ones that are they're very expensive. They're $3,750 for the filing fee, though I think we'll probably be able to get some fundraising going for that, and we should soon. But it's important to note that those are kind of high profile, and even if there's obviously no chance of really getting much attention on them as much, they are ballot access races. They're important to have, and even if you're not interested in running, if you have any recommendations, like for people you know in your county, it's specifically important, like the candidate for governor, which I'm having some trouble with, because to have someone who's qualified, like Mark Tippett, for example, and there was one of our candidates from before who I believe is well qualified and just doesn't want to do it. That's one that needs specific credentials. Like any boob can run for U.S. senator, but for governor though, you have to be someone who's had run an organization or been an executive or done something that makes it seem like you could run the state of Texas. That's a totally different resume.
Absolutely.
On that. That's pretty important. Any recommendations about who you think should run for governor, and we can start working on them.
And I'm going to piggyback on that. Please work your districts. Talk to your county chairs. Get these leads. And even if you don't follow up on the leads yourself, pass them off to us. We'll follow up on them, right? We had some, candidates I really would have loved to have seen run certain races, right? Like I reached out to Vince Cantu, if y'all remember him from Moses Rose, to see if he was interested in running against Don Buckingham. It could have been the funniest thing ever, but unfortunately he's still bound by his NDA from that settlement for a little bit longer. But we are actively looking for candidates that would be like, oh yeah, I mean, it would have been the funniest thing ever.
Tell a good story, yeah.
Yeah, but stuff like that, right? So please work your districts, find us leads, tell your county chairs to do the same thing. I know a lot of y'all are dual-hatted and also county chairs, but the more leads we can get, the more we can follow up on these, the better quality candidates we can put forward. Yes, ma'am.
I absolutely understand that ballot access races are ideal, but we also need people running for House districts. Because if you get a group of libertarians in the House, then they will be the people that the Republicans and Democrats go to. And we can be a force that way.
Agreed, yeah. So, we've got to start trying some new stuff too, right? Our current results at the poll just aren't as great as we'd like to see. And I know I speak for everyone here, right? So that's why we are trying some new stuff and, really trying to support better than we ever have. It's an uphill battle. We're armed to fight it, but we also need y'all's help. Give us some more tools, send candidates our way. And again, if you have time to volunteer, let us know.
In the past, I've been one of those paper plus candidates you were talking about. If you want me to pretend to be serious, it'll take a lot more money. But I'm telling you now, if I have the money, I can be the most serious candidate ever.
Agreed.
But I'm not gonna, like, I spent so much time last time even trying to just recoup the one filing fee, and we can't just be where we're trying to raise the filing fee. It's gotta be way beyond.
We're right. They have us right where they want us, if that's the case, right? And that's something that I've learned through working with Chris Becker's campaign. Y'all know I can't talk highly enough of him as a candidate, right? Fundraising doesn't start here in a couple months. You were already a year late on fundraising, okay? If you're serious about running for office, you don't ever want to have to worry about the filing fees. Start raising money way in advance, years in advance. That way, you're not asking for big chunks when it comes up. Keep a campaign account open. Continue to file the required reports, right? That is stuff that we can do so it's not so painful, right? If you are a candidate and you don't know how to fundraise or need some advice on fundraising, let us know. Like, we're not old salty pros at it, but we know general best practices and stuff and can help you, maybe even put you in contact with a few donors that might be interested.
Come to the training.
Come to the trainings, absolutely. And I'm not picking on you and saying, oh, you should have been fundraising already, but this is a lesson learned for us.
The training reminded me just how far behind, I say we are, not just me. And if we're going to try to do that targeting thing, you know, without getting too much into what we discussed in the executive session, looking for those congressional districts where we can have somebody, they've got to be willing to, like, consolidate our power and money all in the one place at a time to get that done.
I get what you're saying there. Yeah, because money isn't growing on trees in the LP. You know what I mean? Like, we have limited resources. That's why I do like the Paper Plus candidates, but because it's little effort, it's not a lot of money, right? It's just the filing fees. I think that could have an impact. And we might see, like, for example, if we can get some for the statewide offices, we might see where we're jumping from, 2%, 3% to 5%. It's going to be incremental, but 5% is way better than 3% in my book. So it's stuff like that we've got to keep looking at. Austin?
I have a quick question about if you are, let's say you might want to run for office in the future, but you're not committed to it, but you want to start a fundraising for that now. What is the legality about raising money as a candidate? And if you decide not to run, do you just have to refund that back to the donors? Or can you donate that to the party or to other candidates?
So in the past, this is something that, I'm sorry.
It's time, answer that and then we're either cut or
So this is something Whitney was great about previously, is she would approach candidates that had run an active campaign and raised money and ask them if they could donate that to the party. That was a stream of income that Whitney was on previously. So yes, I know that can be done just from observing it happen under her.
So maybe we should all intend to run and start raising for ourselves, and if you decide not to, then just donate to whoever does.
Yeah, and just know that if you do that, Carol brought up a point, like,
You have to set it up before you receive your cash.
yeah,
You can receive it
you've got to be TEC compliant, because if you raise $500 and they get a $700 fine, that doesn't help anyone, right? So yes, it's an option, but like Chris, not this last election, but the one before, like, my first pep talk the month afterwards was, hey, it's fundraising time, right? So, and we had several donors that we reached out to, and they capped every single cycle, because San Antonio has local caps. So yes, it's a strategy.
All right, good.
Next up is Mr. Bradley, repping the affiliate support department.
I'll go get it. I'll go get it.
Brought treats.
Well, you give out presents. Why can't I give out presents?
Candy.
Are you gonna need help to give out the presents?
No,
Do you
I'll be
want-
fine. I got Patrick back there, my deputy director.
Okay.
All right. Since the last meeting, we did have one new affiliated county, that is Bastrop County. We also have, when I put out this report, we did have 2 new counties who put in to affiliate their counties, Rockwall County and, yay. What was the other one, Patrick? I'm blanking. What? Wood County. Rockwall County did withdraw their application. He said he got too busy, and with family stuff going on, he wasn't going to be able to do it. We have a total county count now of 60. I believe that is, we have 48. We're at like 12 or 13 new counties since the convention. The incentive program, we do have a couple of new people who have qualified for the incentive program. I have one, and it's not even a new one, it's Jeff's, because the last one got messed up, so I told him I'd bring him a new one.
Good job, Jeff.
The record, that's Brazos County for anyone.
Yes, Brazos County. We do have 3 new ones. Carter has them in his truck. He went to grab them now. Washington County. We have Randall County with Jack back here. I want to point out something with Jack's because I think this is something that a lot of the county chairs and a select you can pass on to them. Jack wanted to hold a big meeting or a big booth. It was going to cost a lot of money. Jack was like, I can't put up that kind of money for this booth. So he came to y'all and to the county chairs and he asked, hey, I want to do this booth. It's more than I'd like to put in. Who will help me? And y'all stepped up, the county chairs stepped up, and y'all got Jack the booth. So even if you're in a county that doesn't have a lot of money and you can't afford to do a big booth or even a small booth, that's fine. Reach out to people. People in this party are willing to throw up their money and give it to you for something that they believe in. So if you don't have the money in your county to do it, reach out, talk to me, talk to my department, talk to Select. Y'all are all on Select. Ask. People will give money for you to be able to do that. How did that event go?
It went very well. Thank you very much for your support. Yeah, and I was surprised. I met a lot of people who are libertarians. They don't want to be active libertarians, but you know, it was good to put names to faces, and I was also able to educate a lot of people about who we are and what we do. They didn't really know.
That's great. Good job.
It was a successful event, and it plugged me into the Chamber of Commerce, and so, matter of fact, I have several events that I'm going to be going to in the next 2 minutes.
Good job, Jack. Good job, Jack.
Washington County.
Yes, Jenny.
Yeah, Brindle.
Get it, Jenny?
Go, girl. Who wants it for hairs? There's like 30 of y'all here, so.
And what did these counties do to earn these?
So for the banner, the original step, so to get the banner is attend 2 of the trainings, have a social media page, and host a booth at anything in the community. So get out there and, you know, whatever. I know y'all did, Harris did Pride. Washington did.
Itty bitty event in Industry, Texas. It was 4th of July celebration.
That's right. And then Jack did the big one. Yeah, didn't
You have to put it on the LP Texas website.
Not for that one. For the next one, for the tables, to get the table and the tablecloth. After you get your banner, 6 meetups. Put them on the LP Texas event page, and then we'll get you a table and a tablecloth. And then if you make both of those and make it through your convention cycle, we'll get you all a canopy as well, so then you'll have your own booth for everything. Also, I know I've gotten a lot of y'all the World's Smallest Political Quizzes. If there's anybody here who is in a county that ran a candidate that did not get their World's Smallest Political Quiz, I still have them back there. I think there's still like 4 counties that I need to give them to. El Paso is one, which they're not here. Hawk Dunlap is one, he's not here. So I have a couple. We also had a couple leftovers that we decided that if y'all wanted to buy them for $5 a piece, donate $5 to the party, and we'll give you those.
They're framed, right? All nice and pretty?
They're not framed. No. They are like made out of the same thing, like a campaign, like your yard sign is made out of. So, and then you can put like the little, I use for mine because I had one first. There we go.
Sample
right
in the
there.
back. Thank you, Bennett.
Yeah. I use the little sticky note arrows. So when they answer the questions, you can put them up there. They have the paper ones that you can get offline. Those have the QR codes. I would suggest those because they switched up the online quiz. So it's a little bit different than what the paper quiz is now. There's one question that's different, and it tends to push people more libertarian than the paper tests are. So try to get them to the QR codes, because they'll end up more libertarian that way. Is it really a question that these things, that pushes kind of people in the libertarian stance? I mean, it's easy questions that aren't political, and everybody's like, oh wait, I am a libertarian.
We have one status.
Upcoming trainings, I know Carter touched on it earlier, we're gonna pull back on the trainings. We're doing them monthly right now, and we're just not having the involvement that I was hoping for. I've been bringing in special guests to host some of these. I've been putting in a lot of time to put together the ones I've done myself, and then we're having about 8 people show up to them. Like, out of 60, it's not a lot, and it's a lot of investment and time that we're having to put into these. So instead of having them on a monthly basis, we're gonna roll back to once every other month. We still are continuing to reach out to the chairs. We touch base usually about every month and a half with the counties that are established. We have been making an extra point to reach out to the unestablished, more newer counties, the ones that are just getting into it and learning what they're doing. We're still touching on those once a month. Upcoming trainings, building websites. I've got Nathan Polsky coming on. I know LP Texas does have a template for putting out county websites. Texas has the ability to host, I think, still a couple of those websites. So if that's something you're interested in, we'll have a training on it. You can reach out to me. We'll put you in contact with Nathan Young, get you a county website. Outreach and community organizing, I'm bringing in somebody. I'm still looking at that one. Social media, I'm trying to find somebody. I don't know if y'all know me. I'm not great at that, so I will be bringing in somebody. Like, unless just like talking trash to the local politician is what you want from social media, I'm not the person for that. Using Roners, Robert's Rules. With us coming up in a convention, I think that's a very important one. We did one before going into the last convention. Am I out of time?
No,
okay.
Nothing to do.
All right, I did tap the person that I know who is the best with Robert's Rules on that. I think we have somebody in Texas who is very established and is really well with that. So I'll be training it myself. No, I'm just joking. John will be doing that. He also wanted to do one on, once you run into questions, more than just your overall Robert's Rules, once you run into questions, how to research them and look them up and find them in the books and stuff like that. So he will be doing 2 as we go into the convention cycle, working with Jesse and the credentials department. So they'll be doing their trainings on how to do the meetings, and John will be doing some trainings along with them on like how to use Roberts in the meetings to keep them done. Said it leads us into credentials training. Calls are still being made. Oh, the only other thing that we have going on is there was a project I did for Andrew, which is done. It got finished yesterday. Cool. Tracking the conventions and how many people we have going to conventions, so we can track it over time. I did it 16 through 24, so we can try to identify some of the counties who had growth over those conventions. So maybe we can tap into them and see what they're doing to get those growths. There were some really weird numbers in here, especially from your county, where it got really, really, really high. I have no idea why. Yeah.
We know. We know.
So, yeah, it was definitely sarcasm. So I did finish that project, so we are going to start addressing some of those counties to see what they're doing to get more people to come in, where we're seeing a lot of kind of flatlining and a little bit of growth. I'm going to start trying to pull out those ones that are having big growth and see what they're doing to try to see if we can move those across the counties.
Are you counting delegates? Is that how you're measuring?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's really the only way. I tried to get to see if we could find out like who showed up to the state convention and how many people moved there, and there wasn't a real good way to track that. Yeah. So it's just we're using the county convention specifically.
In order to track that a little better going forward, when we do registration for the state convention, we can include a field for the county, and it might be.
Yeah. It might give me 2 minutes.
Motion to extend 2 minutes.
Second.
Right.
Any objection? Go.
Okay. And then the last thing that I have is the questionnaire that we sent out when I first became the county or the affiliate director. We sent it out to all the county chairs. It was just a checkup on how you're doing. what you need, that kind of stuff. I'm going to run that again. I'm going to do the same exact questions. I'm not changing anything on it. And what it'll give me is it'll give me a progress report on to see over the last year, has things changed, have things gotten better, have things gotten worse, are there new needs, old needs that have still hadn't been addressed. And that way we, instead of going from a completely new set of questions, we can compare them against last time and see where the department needs to make some changes to address some of those issues. Cool. That is all I got.
Thank you, sir.
He missed his applause earlier. Thank you for taking his seat.
So I'm not going to read the report to you, and I didn't bring any presents, but you can you get to deal with my presence.
There you go.
And his buns. Things are going well. Our social media presence is becoming more visible, and that's partly because of my plan. We're posting 2 to 3 times a day at the very least. We've got more organic content. We've done several campaigns. We went and posted about each of the reps, I believe, that voted against our bill, looking for candidates to run against them. Obviously, this isn't really going to bring in candidates, but it does bring attention to the issue. I mean, it might. Cross our fingers, right? We've done stuff like going and telling Dan Patrick to resign. I've sort of created a campaign to go into his comment section and tell him how he's wrong at least once a week.
Make that up to once a day.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not doing it once a day. I value my mental health.
Fair.
But he said some pretty awful things, some lies, so we've targeted that and gone after it and disputed it. We've worked with the Legislative Action Department. I really appreciate Anastasia giving us content. There's been a lot for us to go after during this legislative session and the special session to bring attention to that, and not necessarily just what the Legislative Action Committee has time for, but we've also highlighted some of the other issues. Because it doesn't take as much time, obviously, to post on social media as it does to get down to Austin and tell our representatives what for. The newsletter, we've seen a spike in that. We almost doubled our open rate this past month. Cool. I have not seen y'all send stuff to our newsletter editor because y'all need to do that. So if you're having events in your county, or if there's some issue that's going on, like the local city council is causing issues or whatever that is appropriate and with our platform, we can put it in the newsletter, we can put it in social media. Just reach out to us. We have an editor on staff that can go through and make it digestible if you are worried about your writing. So if you're afraid that your writing's gonna look bad, we'll have our editor look at it. You don't even have to ask, we're gonna do it anyway.
And to whom should we send this?
For newsletter, we have newsletter at lptexas.org. We also have the social media suggestions Discord channel, which we're looking in, you can just add the comms department in Discord. I know some of us don't like Discord in here.
We all have emails.
And we do have is it communications or communication?
I think it's both.
I think you got the S on this one.
Okay, yes. It is communications at lptexas.org that you can email. I know you probably can't read that. I'd like Paul Dar to stand up for a moment. I'd like to thank Paul Dar because he is on Twitter almost every day, liking and sharing our stuff. I would like everyone here on Slack, I know that some of us don't like social media, to go out there and like and share and comment. In order for our social media posts to reach out to people that don't follow us, our followers have to look at our content, they have to like, they have to comment, and they have to share, right? even if you have a small following, the way the algorithm works, if our own followers don't like what we're sharing, they don't react to it, they're not going to share it with anybody else.
Is that specific to Twitter or?
That is all social. I mean, I can't obviously tell you what the algorithm is for each,
right?
Because it's, you know, the secret sauce of their social media. But what we found is that when people react and like and share, who follow us, we see a bigger spike in the number of people who don't follow us seeing that content.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily who you're sharing it to, it's who Facebook suggests these posts to. Now, fortunately, we tend to get our donate to this cause is definitely we're not going to see that outside of followers, right? Unless we start paying for ads. But the other things where we're bringing attention to issues like the Robert Roberson, we're going to see more people seeing that if y'all are liking and sharing.
Okay.
So, and avoid the comment section. Don't read them. If you value your own mental health.
Yeah. Which of our social media platforms is the most active?
Most active or more, we have the most views?
Oh, I don't know. Tell me.
Yeah, they're not the same. We're seeing Facebook. We're seeing somewhere in the neighborhood of 440,000 views a month on Facebook. Not so much on Twitter. Twitter is kind of fallen off. Twitter is this strange animal. You know, we post these really good things that really work well on Facebook, and then we post the same thing on Twitter, and nobody reacts to it. Nobody sees it.
Are the other ones competitive with that?
Super demographic.
The other, I feel like they call it one from Facebook.
Blue Sky.
Blue Sky and Threads, and we don't typically post in those. We need to work on our core, and then we need to start expanding to the other ones.
Are they getting more popular?
No.
I have some. Talk to me after the meeting, and we can discuss Threads and Blue Sky. But it's Blue Sky and True Social are very much an echo chamber.
Okay.
And we're going to get ratioed a lot there, and that's not the look we want. And then Threads is really mainly bots and other kinds of content that we're not.
Use my kid.
So yeah, don't go on Threads unless you're. Never mind. Is there any other? Also, I would recommend to everybody here, if you feel so inclined, go look at Kenneth Fagan's Facebook content. He has gone and created his own Senate District Facebook page, and he is sharing a lot of good content, and we are sharing it as a party as well, if it's within our party plans, right? So,
He's all over.
yeah,
That's great.
Great job.
and one last thing, if y'all want the state party to share your county stuff, reach out to us. I'm not sitting there and actively going and looking at each county every day, and I'm only seeing what's showing up in party feed to share. So,
Can they tag you and then you would share?
yeah, if they tag us, I mean, depending on what platform, it's going to show up in our feed anyway.
Okay.
But yeah, tagging helps.
And you can also share to the page, right? I mean, I do all the time with Washington County stuff.
You can share to our group,
Yeah, oh, okay, I get it, never mind.
not our page.
Got it.
Yes, a question I had for you is, have you thought about, especially on X, to put together like a group of, because you can add like groups and have everybody in there and have the group of all the county affiliates, and that way if they have something specific, they can message it to you and it'll be right there, instead of having to go a different way.
There is an existing message group on Twitter that has a lot of our county affiliates on it. That is something that was created before, I think even Amanda was comms director. So I don't know if it's accurate. If you want to be added to it, definitely reach out to me.
Let's get together and see if the two of us can put together something for the counties. That way we can have the counties like set it up and we can all work together on that thing. I mean,
And that's good for Twitter, but two things. A, not all of the comms department has access to go log into Twitter. We've got some people that have access to Facebook. We have some people that have access to Twitter. We use a tool called Loomly to schedule posts that all of our comms people, I think all of our current comms people have access to. And that way they can share it across platforms. But say, you know, person A doesn't necessarily have access to those messages, and we don't check that as often as we would Discord. So, and especially if you have something that you want us to share on Facebook, Twitter is not really the best place to tell us about it.
So does, and I don't get on Facebook, I hate Facebook with a passion, so if you can answer this for me. Is there something like that with a group chat that Twitter does? Is there something like that you can do with Facebook? I'm just saying, if I'm gonna post something, it's easier for me to take it and just share it straight to a group chat than it is for me to pull the link and then go to Discord and then post it on Discord or something like that. I'm just trying to figure, is there a way to streamline it?
So as far as having a group chat in Facebook, I don't like the idea because we get a lot of spam as the party. And there's a lot of content that, I mean, I frankly don't want to look at. That's like bots trying to sell stuff that's not. And I definitely don't want to make my staff look at it because it would violate the code of conduct. Okay. Does anybody want to extend for more questions?
We're good.
Thank you.
We have our brand spanking new development director, John Woodford, coming up.
We're gonna spank him.
No, get all
spanking, John. I think that's appropriate.
Please make it weird again.
There we go.
That might impact your interview, so just. We should have t-shirts. We need t-shirts.
Or stickers.
That would be good. Billy's making it weird again.
I mean, it's up to you. Okay, cool. I'll just do it one time. Okay, cool, cool. So I gave a written report. I tried to be brief, mostly because there is not a whole lot to report on yet. Most of what I've been doing has been getting the department kind of respun up, getting my feet under me, and having conversations with my higher-ups about what it is we need to sell to donors and what we need to be directing those donors to. So that's been kind of the bulk of it. So with that said, I'm open to questions.
Why on earth did you volunteer tonight?
Right. Great question. Okay, I'm not.
Well, you placed the motion on the form yesterday there.
Yes.
Were you wanting to take more questions, or were you wanting to speak to that at all?
So yeah, I was just asking Andrew actually, and he said that this would be the appropriate time to make that.
Okay.
So if there was any questions, I was going to get through that and leave about the last 5 minutes for that. But if there's no questions, we can.
Got a question for Jack.
Yeah, John, I'd like you just to do kind of an elevator speech on what we were talking about last night in terms of your training plans and Billy mentioned earlier concerning getting together with someone, kind of showing them how it's done, then giving them an opportunity to do it. You recall what we were talking about?
Oh yeah. No, I do. So basically, something that I have done in the past at the county level. I think I did it once for the state many years ago, and that I'm willing to do for any of y'all if y'all you really want to make calls to donors, but maybe you don't know how or you're a little nervous. Literally sit down, whether that's virtually or in person, with a person. We get a list of donors together. I'll call the first one. We'll put it on speakerphone. I'll do my little pitch. We'll go through a talk. Hey, everything went good. We'll do a second one. I'll make the call. Okay, good. Third one. Okay, you're making the call. We're gonna put it on speakerphone and just kind of getting people set up with that. So if anyone feels that they just need, either someone just there with them or some training on how to do it, more than happy to provide that service to anyone who feels the need.
Awesome. Let me know if I can help with that, John.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ms. Woodward?
So, over the last several years, our primary need with fundraising has been holding events, selling tickets. What exactly is your plan for fundraising outside of that?
Yeah, so I'm in the unfortunate spot that the party is in, puts me in a fortunate spot. The fortunate spot being there is low-hanging fruit all around me.
if we were doing the low hanging fruit and then I'm having to like get really like creative and figure out stuff, I might have to, you know, brainstorm a lot more. So first thing I want to do, anybody whose monthly donation ended this year, I'm calling them, hey, you want to renew your donation? Next thing, anyone who gave an annual donation more than a year ago, but less than 18 months ago, hey, it's been about a year since you donated. Want to donate again? And long list on who I can touch there. Sending out a mailer, you know, get that out. We haven't sent out a mailer in quite a while. That'll be a great low-hanging fruit we can hit. And then doing some donor management on our current donors. I want to put a letter in the mail to every one of our donors with my business card in there. A thank you for donating, and if you ever need anything, please reach out to me. This is my job. And then when we get new donors, hit them up with a card. So getting that foundational work done is kind of like my starting point. And then once we've hit all the, shaken all those trees and collected all that money, then we can start working on more creative stuff like events or money bombs or stuff like that.
Renee and then Jacob.
Yeah. And so it was just, you said instead of metrics, can you elaborate?
Yeah, so I mean, basically what I was saying in the report there is I need to sit down with my bosses and say, hey, how do y'all want to measure my success? Because I think it's kind of a weird thing for me to say, hey, I'm going to tell y'all why I'm successful, right? So I think I need to go to them, we're going to sit down, we're going to have some metrics, and then I'm going to start tracking that data, and then we can have an objective like viewpoint and explain what's going on. Maybe we had a bad quarter and we can talk about that. Maybe we had a good quarter, we can talk about that, you know?
I don't really care about the specifics on this, but have you signed a contract to be the development director? I'm trying to figure out if we are not stuck race with you for a long period of time, or if this is a short-term thing.
Nope, I'm on contract.
You're on contract?
Yes.
Can I chime in one thing? On that, appropriate. So, I know there's been a lot of questions about the contracts previously. Me and Christy have made a folder, and his contract and any contracts moving forward will be in there. I know that's been a question previously. We need to do some folder renaming. I need to get with Austin on that. Not much to do, but it's there. It's available.
Yes. I just have a follow-up. Are you seeing this as a long-term thing for the next year, 2 years, 3 years? Or are you seeing this as more of a short-term, 6 months, 8 months, 9 months kind of thing? What is your ultimate goal yourself?
Yeah, so I see this as at least a year. I mean, my contract's for a year. This is a ongoing service the party needs to have, whether it's done volunteer, whether it's done on commission, or whether we salary somebody. Just doing this donor management is really important. So it's going to be important to me and to the party that if that year comes up or the next year comes up or at some point I say, hey, I'm gonna move on to greener pastures, that we work into that, some kind of transition for someone else to step into that. I do know one person has already shown interest and expressed a willingness to come into the department and help. It sounds like they want to do more behind the scenes administrative stuff, but if we can get other fundraisers, one of the tools I want to grab is a Google Voice number that can ring, you know, if they call me and I'm not there, it'll ring to the next person. And if we can get someone like that, we can start to have someone in the wings waiting, so when I step out, they can step up in.
How much does that cost?
$20 a month.
Yeah, we can make that happen.
Yeah, and I'm using my discretionary for now, and I'll budget it in the next one, if this motion passes, of course.
Do you want to go ahead and speak to that?
Yeah. So I have a motion. Paul has graciously volunteered to move it for me. Basically, the way our budget is currently structured, we have a $30,000 line item for paying staff. But if you go read the policy that authorized this, it talks about the way this is going to be recorded is against revenue before so it never hits expense. We, say 10% on a $100 check, we have in the revenue minus, $10, and then it never hits an expense. So that line's not necessary. So that's a 30,000. This one.
Okay.
It's a $30,000 strike from the budget. I then want to go in there and add a $10,000 line because we don't actually have anything budgeted for prospecting to allow us to go out and start getting new donors, and then an increase of $500 each to discretionary and donor management. So
somebody gonna move that?
Yeah, you just want you to know what's coming, but yes.
So I spoke to John yesterday about the particulars on this and have had a lot of recent experience in development and learning about that. So talking to him, I'm fully behind and would like to move the development fundraisers authorization motion.
Great, so we have a motion from Mr. Dar. We have a couple of seconds. Is there any objection to making these adjustments to the budget?
I do, objection.
Okay, we have an objection, so you speak to your objection.
For TEC, it's still an expense. Staff compensation is still an expense. I'm just.
As an accountant, it's still an
Yeah, as an
expense.
accountant, it's still an expense, so.
Even if you want to treat it as cost of goods
I have
sold.
concerns about that, but that's budgeted correctly.
And at least
recorded.
Andrew? Joe, can you have any?
I can, but I need to understand what number one is even doing completely. Like, I don't fully understand it. Can you explain number one?
Yeah, so
more?
under the current policy that exists that we adopted February,
Right.
it says that payments out to contracted fundraisers, that was in the authorization, will be recorded as a negative line of revenue. So it's coming out of the money before you receive it, basically within your books.
Right.
And so with that, it's not on the expense side of the budget, and the authorization was already made in the policy, like it's a standing authorization that exists in the policy.
And we changed that policy when?
February.
The meeting I missed.
Yeah. So I know that is something that we have already discussed, me and Carter. There may need to be some tune-up on that policy. So if there's some stuff you're wanting to look at, definitely.
Is it expected to be recorded in the budget as, are we going to see that expense?
Yeah, so in revenue.
As a line item?
Yeah, as a negative item in revenue is exactly what it says in the policy.
So you're basically treating it as cost of goods sold?
Yeah.
Okay, and if that's what you guys want to do, we can put, are we doing that with anything else, like with the t-shirts in the merch account? We're not,
currently, I don't think we are. It's just in the policy for this fundraiser, but I'm happy to expand that. Really, that's not in policy, so it's up to you if you want to do the other stuff that way.
No. No, this will, from our accounting standpoint, I have to do the budget in a spreadsheet anyway, so I can kind of put it anywhere you guys want it.
Yeah.
But it won't appear like that in QuickBooks because it's not actually cost of goods sold.
Yeah.
But I can add that to my questions for outside accounting help and see what we can do, but
I think the key
and we can always change it if we need to later, so I'm fine with it for now.
Just some information on this. I think the key difference is kind of the difference between the actual financial accounting and the TEC requirements has to be booked a certain way. But it for budget planning purposes, that's where it gets a little weird because these contingent expenses, we have a $30,000 line item on our expenses that is zero, and it's going to be zero until somebody raises money, and then it's not. It'll always be just an offset or a deduction against those monies raised. So for purposes of thinking about budget-wise, it's like we do with our credit card processing fees. They're on the budget as just percentage. We don't know what we're going to pay in credit card processing fees, but we do know that any money we pay in credit card processing fees is going to be because somebody's donating money, and it'll come out of that, and it's a small percentage, and so it's comfortable. It's just a way of thinking about planning for the budget.
I had Billy, and then I had Jack.
So okay, we're in debate basically. So are you speaking for the?
I'm going to speak against it, but I can be moved off of it. My concern is it's basically managerial accounting and financial accounting, managerial books and financial books, separating those two. And I've done that in businesses before, and it can be effective. I have some concerns about the administrative burden on our treasurer and bookkeeper. My number one concern, though, is that we report to TEC the way that they need us to report to TEC, and that the people creating those reports have easy access to the information that they'll need to create those reports, because those are the ones that get us in more trouble. And so does this motion eliminate, hide, or make it more difficult for those reports to be compiled accurately and submitted accurately?
Mr. Burns has already stated that this is not going to change the financial accounting.
Right.
This is a change to the budget.
Yeah,
It's a change to the way we think about planning.
And Jocelyn, correct me if I'm wrong here, but to your point, this, we'll still see it as an expense, it's an expense.
Right, it's an expense, yeah.
So when we pull what we need from QuickBooks to make our TEC report, it's gonna be in there with all the expenses. This just means I've gotta manipulate the spreadsheet. It's how, basically, as accountants, we're catering to how you wanna see the data, basically, but it doesn't, you can't make a dog and cat.
So this motion would change which document? The budget, not the.
Yeah, let me say something like that. This motion right here doesn't do any of that stuff we're talking about. The stuff we're talking about happened in February. It exists, it's a real thing.
It's already a thing, that's
This
right.
just changes a few line items in the budget.
In the budget, but, and so this is to amend the budget or the policy manual?
Budget.
Or the budget. This is amendment to the budget.
Conform to the policy that we passed in February.
Okay, thank you for.
The budget, we crossed our wires, and so this is just going to smooth that out.
Okay, yeah, I understand now. Okay, yeah.
I got Jack, then Sean, then Joe again.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if this is in order, Jack Westbrook, SC 31, but I would like to make a motion that we suspend this item until after lunch, and that we adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 13:40.
Recess.
It's not really an adjournment. Well,
It would be in order. The weird thing is, though, we're out of time, so we probably need to extend also. Because then we're gonna come back to.
And extend the time at that time.
We'll just table it.
We can table it.
Okay, so first we're out of time, so is there a motion to extend time so we can finish talking about this?
Can we lay it on the table for X amount of time?
we have to extend before
We
we.
need to extend time to just keep talking about
We
it.
got
A motion to extend
got a
time.
motion to extend.
For
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Second, any objection?
Can I ask a question? Is that 10 minutes now or after lunch?
Yeah.
10 minutes right now.
Then my motion can be considered.
So is there an objection to giving 10 minutes to, okay, so 10 minutes.
And then my motion as stated previously.
The recess for lunch for an hour.
It's,
No, yeah, 13:40 or 1:40.
So,
10 minutes will come.
and you can shut while we're.
If his motion passes.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, in which case we would pick this back up when we get back.
Huh?
Okay, so there's a motion to recess for lunch now, and come back to this after lunch, and there's a second. Is there any objection?
Come back to John for 10 minutes after
Right,
1:40.
right.
At
So,
1:40.
any objection to just breaking for lunch right now? Okay, we are recessed.
you're gonna get pension?
out how much we think we'll be bringing in. It is not connected to our financial accounting, TEC reports, anything like that. It will not show up in those contexts. It would only show up in our budget document, our budget spreadsheet, where we're looking at how much money we think we'll be bringing in. And if we separate that from an income line here and then an expense line down here, we're missing a fundamental piece of information, which is if our contract fundraisers are out shaking the trees and bringing in information, bringing in donations, everything they bring in is going to be clipped by a commission figure. And it's not a big stretch to just show that in the budget line. Like we raised $30,000, but we paid a 10% commission, it's -3. So we got $27,000 off of this fundraising initiative, right? Yeah. Like that's all we're talking about. It's just a way of looking at budgeting and trying to understand how much we'll actually be bringing in. Yes.
Okay, let me pull it back up.
There's Q.
Hold
There we
on
go.
just a second.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get on the list.
I got you.
Okay, cool, thanks.
All right, so I've got Joe next, then Kyle, then Jack, then Billy.
So this motion effectively does three things. It strikes a line from the budget, it inserts a line in the budget, and it amends 2 lines in the budget. This has nothing to do with that was passed in February.
Yeah.
Okay, so who's up at this point?
Okay, so I've got a couple of questions here. I mean, I assume we're in debate, but I'm not debating. It's more of a request for information. When you say strike the staff
Cut
compensation,
the line.
I'm not
He's
cutting the
not,
line.
Jack. He
Oh,
was,
beg
he
your
was.
pardon.
You can't cut the line.
If I,
Beg your pardon.
I'm pretty sure if I called it a request for information,
No, you were
I
there.
could cut the line. But, all right, so when you say strike the line item for staff compensation, I get that. We're killing that off the budget. But you're saying reduce expenses by the 30,000 allocated for that category.
I'm just talking about updating the totals. There's a total at the bottom that has our expense totals, and we're just updating our totals as we strike it.
Okay, so the money that's already been spent that is categorized that way, how is it to be categorized now?
Unless something has changed between you releasing the report and today, there's been no money spent out of that.
Out of staff compensation?
There's a different staff compensation line item for a different department.
Oh, okay. I was thinking, okay, fair enough. Well, but then that needs to be corrected to be more specific about which staff compensation you're deleting.
If you
Development department.
scroll up,
I mean, there's only one that has $30,000 allocated to that category.
Still.
So the staff
I'm fine with an amendment to say under development department if there's. If
I mean, I'll do that. I'm just saying if people want to get it.
Yeah, but I mean, that was the intended one, and it's $30,000 under development.
Fair enough. And then the next question I have is, at the end of several of these, it just says increasing expense totals as needed.
Yeah.
What does that phrase mean?
That means you have a sum total at the bottom of the department and at the bottom of your report. We're just updating the totals, so the totals now add correctly.
Okay, I would argue that that was going to happen naturally, and the inclusion of that phrase just adds confusion.
I'm good to strike it. It was just saying we're updating totals as necessary.
It's like in number 3, I get it. You're wanting the line item to go from 500 to 1,000, period, done.
Yeah.
The totals are what they are. I can't change the math.
Right. I'm just saying where it's we're
Right, I got you.
recalculating.
Would you like to move to make those changes?
I'm going to if you don't.
Billy, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Where's my
Jesse, who we?
We got Kyle next. Mr. Russell.
Well, who's after me?
After you is Jack and then Billy.
Okay, I'll pass.
Pass. Okay, Jack.
So actually, I have requests for information, and Joe, again, my apologies.
Oh, you're fine.
It used to be when I was 25, not so much anymore. I'm supposed to laugh at that one. So, first, for Andrew, are you okay with this?
Yes.
Okay. Are you okay with this, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. I'm assuming that because of the time constraints between the time we've established your position and now, that there just wasn't time to coordinate this with everybody.
Yeah, so I mean, I got in the position a little under a week ago, then looked at what my department budget even was. I saw we had no money to go prospect, and that was kind of what I'm gonna be doing. So I'm like, well, we need money, and you know.
Well, I apologize. I do have a degree in business, but when I read this and looked at it, I was like, I'm not sure what in the world's happening here. But what I'm going to do at this point is, since y'all are okay with it, I'm going to trust your judgment. That's all I have.
Cool.
All right, so Billy Pierce, SD7, I'm going to make a motion to amend in the following manner. In bullet number 1, where it says strike the line for staff compensation, I'll move to amend that to read strike the line for development department staff compensation. And then additionally to in line items 2, 3, and 4 to strike the phrase increasing expense totals as needed, because it's ambiguous. We know what he's trying to say with it, but there may be other things that could be said using that same phrase that we don't intend. And as it's unnecessary and leaves ambiguity, which I loathe, I hate ambiguity, I'm going to move to strike those phrases at the ends of 2, 3, and 4. And then I guess convert the comma into a period.
Second.
Yeah, hold on a second. We're not there yet.
Give me a second.
You had also.
Alt Shift S.
Yeah. And 3. Item 3.
3. Yeah. He's highlighting shit. Alt Shift S.
Here we go. And go back up to number 1. He said development department.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just get that in there. And then now, so moved, and we had a second. Somebody seconded. And so, is there any objection to these changes? No. So that we go with that, and I think at this point we have to proceed to a vote on the motion. I mean,
Can we see the rest of the? I still haven't seen the rest of the motion.
Oh,
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. We can get, and you have to shrink it for you to
just
see it all.
adding the authorization. You know how we do.
Yes, do the authorization.
Rescind expenditure.
It's just doing the authorization bit. I still want that.
So basically saying that he doesn't have to come back to select.
Makes it self-executing. I like that part.
Yeah, I guess it's just understood that that's from that moment forward. Yeah, okay.
So going back to the main motion, is there any objection to the motion as amended? Hearing none, the motion passes.
Excellent.
Good. Okay, so is that complete?
Yeah.
Was that the, that was the vote on the amendment?
No, we already did the amendment.
No, there was no objection.
Just making sure. My bad.
Okay, so
Make sure we.
You're good. That concludes his motion. Does that also conclude his time?
Yeah, we were at the end of his time, vote, go.
Cool.
So we're now moving into the afternoon part of the agenda where we will hear from Mr. Paul. What? We're at outreach and donor supporter phone calls. Mr. Paul Dahl is going to teach us.
Okay, so when I started to see the plan there, for us to get into and find donors out there and reach out to people, the person that's done the most calls recently in the party is myself. So I volunteered to talk to everyone here. As many of you know, I'm not the most polished speaker, just to be perfectly honest about that. There's people that have a lot more charisma, like Kevin over there. He has so much charisma. He's such a better speaker than me. I'm not that great, but I go out there and I do it anyways. Some of you might think that about yourself. So the first hurdle is just getting out there and doing it. So some of this might seem overwhelming. Take it into bite-sized pieces is my recommendation. Actually get in there, make a list. I made a list myself of 200 people. That is way too large, but it's who I want to eventually target. So I just did that earlier while listening to the reports there, pulled up a list in Bear County, SD 19. I was like, all right, here's 200 people I want to talk to. I'm going to pick off the first 5 people from there. I'm going to speak to those 5 people. I would like to challenge you each to do that same thing, to find 5 people within your SDs this next month and to call and contact those individuals. Can I see a raise of hands of everybody that's willing to make that commitment to do that this next month?
For sure.
Just 5 people. All right. Not everybody raised their hands, but that's okay. I got a good commitment by most people here. We'll be following up with you in the future on that, because the next thing you want to do is follow up. So part of that, you want to get those names and numbers, and you oftentimes they're gonna have a script they're gonna give out to you that you can use. You can modify that script as you need to be your own natural language. You can take the key points out of that script. Myself, I don't normally use a precise script. I come out with like 5 different bullet points, whatever I'm going to do when I'm talking to an individual on the phone. So I'll call up that person and I'll say, hi, I'm from the Libertarian Party. And I will identify myself and say, I saw you're on the member list here, so just wanted to reach out to you. Or a lot of times I'm just calling people and saying, thank you so much for your donation to the party, and your commitment to the party. When you call somebody and thank them for their commitment to the party, they're oftentimes willing to give more later on. That has been extremely successful for me. Just thanking people. I'll see a follow-up donation just later, just by me thanking. I didn't even have to ask the person. I just thanked them. And that's all they wanted to hear. So if you can identify sometimes when people are members on there and you just call them up and say, thank you for being a member, they'll oftentimes come back. You can also share success stories. You can talk about the legislative session and our success there that Kevin had and all the wonderful things he did there. There's a lot of opportunity to build into that script about the success that we're doing there, and that will motivate people to donate to the party. But that first step is just getting out there, identifying the list, getting your script together, actually going out and doing it. We gave the same challenge out to the LNC. Unfortunately, we've so far had some bad, uptake on that. Not everybody has had that same motivation level to go out and just call people. I would like to see that increase here. Maybe we're at a point where people are going to get out and do it. I know phone calling is difficult for a lot of people. It is scary to call a person. Most of these people you don't know on the list, and that can be a bit scary. The thing you should take heart in that is you don't know who that person is again. If you see them again, they're actually going to probably be a nice libertarian that likes you. If they don't see them again, who cares? Get over that natural fear there. You're not going to see them again if there's somebody that gets mad at you. I've had a few people that said, oh, I went off and I decided to join the Republican Party, yada, yada, yada. I hear them, I listen to them, and I say, thank you for your time, sir, today. Go on.
Question.
Thank you. Whatever choice they've made. Sometimes that happens. You can just go on with your day. Let it go, let it be like water that just goes over. So I just want to repeat, just getting out there, doing this, going through and learning how to pull up your list there. That'll be a little bit difficult at first, but you can get the technical guidance on how to do that. Once you build that list, don't get overwhelmed. Because sometimes you can pull up a list like me of 200 people and be like, that's way too long. Break it down into bites that you can take and actually just get out there and do it. Mr. Pierce mentioned a few times that are great to do it. Those times are great, and the next best time to that is any time that you can when people are awake. So typically I limit my calls from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and try to not call before that time or after that time. That's pretty much the major window I keep there, unless I know somebody in there, not night owl, then I might call after that with an individual there. So limit your calls to that. Other things I do is when I'm at home, I have my own personal Google Voice. That makes it very easy to just copy from a spreadsheet the number, press it in, call them, and then immediately if they're like, oh, I want to know something more, you also have a text function in there, so I just copy into the text any links that they need to immediately to take action from there. And then once you do get somebody that says, oh, I'm going to go join the Libertarian Party, you mark that down on your list and you follow up with that person later. Because sometimes they'll say, oh, I forgot to actually go out and do it. You'll get them there. So many times as you call through, mark down what happened there. you'll have times where, 90% of the people you're just going to be leaving voicemails with. About 10% of the people will actually pick up, and hopefully you'll have some good interaction there. That's just reality of it. And in addition to that, you have the most interaction when you've done multiple modes of communication to the individual. So if you combine it with times that emailers are going out, that is very good. And if you can follow up with the person with a text when you've actually made phone contact, that'll increase your likeliness of follow through there. I think I've taken up my 15 minutes here, but if anyone had any questions on just doing phone calling and my experience there. Yes, sir.
So we're asking SLEC members to make phone calls, and some districts have 2 reps.
Yes.
And the development director is going to be making phone calls. Is there any kind of coordination going on so that we're not calling the same person multiple times?
That would go to you, sir.
Yeah, so currently the plan is, and this is going to be tied to my work also, of how we're going to track what my work is and make sure I'm doing stuff. You make a call, you enter Nation Builder. I pull that contact, I'm about to make a call, I look, oh, someone just called me yesterday, great, I'm going to move on to the next one.
Okay. So follow-up is to make sure to mark that into Nation Builder, as you could associate yourself with Nation Builder or come accustomed to how to enter things into there. You can mark when you've contacted people there, so that'll help limit it too. Another thing I find useful that you might get done technically in the future is I like donor links, because that also makes it very trackable in the future, especially for Mr. Wilford himself, to fit all those under his and also double covers himself there. Any other questions relating to just actually the phone calling type of thing? If you have any questions, I'm willing to work with people individually. There's many other people that are more polished even than myself. Please reach out to them. Yes.
Yeah, Paul, hey, you mentioned a minute ago, most people don't pick up.
Yeah.
So, okay, so what, I've never figured out in today's world when you just not leave a voicemail, or?
I leave a voicemail.
Okay.
So when people aren't picking up, I could go through like 60 people in an hour, because I'm just going, leaving those messages, and people do listen to their messages still. That's interesting, or it does the voice to text and they'll see it on there. Have your bullet points out there that you're going to say it, or your script, and you just run through your script that you're going to leave for voicemail. Your voicemail is going to be a quick one, thanking them for being a member of the party, or to ask them to join the party, or to come out to an event. There's multiple scripts you could be running on these people. If you're not doing direct donations, you might be doing like an event in your area and trying to increase activity that way. Yes, Mr. Wilford.
One thing I do whenever I'm, again, not answering is pretty common. I leave a voicemail as part of my voicemail script. I will say that I'm also going to send you a text message to follow up. And I have a text message that I copy and paste, like I copy, paste, enter. And on some call services, I don't know if we're going to have this functionality or not, there's even what's called a voicemail dump function, where you pre-record your voicemail, and then as soon as the voicemail picks up, you hit a button, and it plays your recording into the phone, and you move on to the next call. You're not saying it over and over.
So you're not actually saying, hey, John, it's just going to say, hello.
This is Carol. How are you? Come to the Libertarian.
Oh, okay, so.
Yeah. Hi, this is John. I was just calling real quick to thank you for your donation. I saw that it's been a little over a year. Was wondering if you were looking to renew that. If you could, give me a call back. I will send a follow-up text message. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
It's easier.
And then you hit, you already have your text message. You've already got your text message copied.
Yeah, copy,
Okay.
paste, enter, and then because some people don't check their voicemails, and for those, a text message is great.
Yeah. Okay.
Multiple modes.
Okay, we're at time. Before we move on, there's like quick announcement or quick little piece of this. I just posted to the forum under the Nation Builder rollout a call script that Carter developed that will walk you through. And it's not just the call script, but it's also the mechanics of getting on Nation Builder, going to your list, pulling up a call list. Call lists are designed specifically to where you make the call and then that's off the list, and you just keep working your way down the list. The thing, as far as coordination goes, we're going to all have to learn a lot of jargon, but the thing you're looking for is the activity log. Each record in Nation Builder has an activity log where anything, a donation, a contact, an email, whatever, all of that goes into the activity log. If it's an activity, it goes in the log. And so your call will go, it would behoove us to check the activity log before you make a call to kind of see, okay, what's going on. oh, nothing's happened on this record since 3 years ago, you know? Or, oh, day before yesterday, John just called this guy. Like, on that spectrum, you know, you can kind of get a feel for like what's going on with this person that I'm about to call. And then you'll log your call. And there are a bunch of radio buttons for the easy parts, like did not answer, hung up on me, you know, whatever. But then if you make the contact and it's something other than a you know, left voicemail, because that's just a click, then you can your impression of the person and their instructions on that in the call log. But that's how you'll coordinate with anybody else that might be. That's how we keep from being a big train wreck or having people fall between the cracks. Is we monitor the activity log and see what's going on with that person. Well, kind of. Well, we're off script.
Okay, never mind.
Can we talk later? Yeah, you know, just come later. Okay, Ms. Cowart, LNC report coming up next. All the good stuff.
All the good stuff. All right, so as usual, the LNC has lots of fun. All right, so I skinny down my report from the last time just because I heard that was a lot. So providing like all the details on like all the votes and everything. So as usual, there is a link to all of the meeting and email ballots at the very bottom, so you guys can check that out if you have any specific questions about votes, questions about why Keith, our rep, voted the way that he voted for Region 3 South. You can always ask me about that. But this is just kind of informational about the composition of the LNC. So we have had some turnover. LNC secretary resigned, had a meeting to elect to replace Ms. Harlow. So now Evan McMahon, who is the chair of LP Indiana, is now the LNC secretary. And then we also had a couple of at-large resignations. So Ms. Yanuskavich and Mr. Malagon have both resigned from the LNC.
Malagon.
And so we actually have a special meeting tomorrow to accept nominations and make elections to backfill those two at-large positions on the LNC. So that is all the news that's fit to print as far as the composition of the LNC. I did provide a link to that special meeting because if you want to register to be a fly on the wall for that, you have to register at least an hour before the meeting. So we do have another meeting coming up also next Sunday on the 10th. And so I think we'll have a better idea of agenda on that here in the next couple of days. But that's kind of like the more like standard monthly meeting. It's still a special meeting, but standard special meeting as opposed to this one tomorrow, which is specifically to backfill those two at-large positions. Any questions about LNC composition?
Do we know who the nominees are right now, or they still have not come forward?
I think there's a few people who have thrown their names into the hat, like online, but you never know whether somebody is going to actually nominate them. So I think there's been people, you know, on Twitter saying like, oh, well, I'm interested. It's kind of hard to say.
Okay.
So all will be revealed on the morrow. All right. Yes, sir.
Any previous LNC members are trying to get those outward positions?
Nothing with Star Wars?
Yeah, I think that. I mean, he's another one who just like kind of like put it out into the the online universe. Like I'm interested, but I mean, as far as I know, he hasn't actually reached out to anybody on the LNC asking for them to make a nomination. So until that happens, it's just hey, I'm interested out in the Twitterverse or whatever. So I have not heard about that specifically as far as like somebody not sponsoring a nomination or making a nomination. Special investigatory committee report. So I gave you guys details on this one in real time. So this was the investigatory committee that was formed to look into the alleged allegations of Angela McCardle embezzling funds from the LNC. That committee report was completed. That was finalized back early in June, and I gave you the details in that forum post. I gave you a link to the forum post that talks about the 2 resolutions that were passed by the LNC in the same meeting that report was adopted. I have been made aware that there is an appeal that's been submitted to the Judicial Committee from Jonathan Jacobs trying to request that those 2 resolutions be null and void. So as far as that goes, I think, and Paul, keep me honest, I know that in one of those resolutions we had said the Special Investigatory Committee might do a supplemental report to look into convention expenditures and things like that. Has anything?
Mentioning credit card expenditures.
Yes.
Were being
Yeah.
supplementary things.
Yeah.
And that is still ongoing because it's a lot of credit card entries to look through.
Right.
So.
Okay. No, I figured as much. I just didn't know.
And the convention, that is still being going through the data there.
All right. So that full report is out there on the forum, as well as the 2 resolutions that were passed to that effect. So if anybody has any questions about that, certainly let me know. All right. June financial membership report. So not going to candy coat this. LNC is definitely in the red as far as the financials go. So I provided a couple of bullet points that came directly out of Bill Redpath's report, who is the LNC treasurer. But I guess the big piece is that as of right now, I think LNC is running at about like $15,000 a month deficit. So this is something that we are going to need to address very, very quickly. I know that we have been working, so I also sit on the Employment Policy and Compensation Committee on the LNC, and we have been working with the executive director on, evaluating staff, evaluating staff compensation and everything. LNC staff is doing a phenomenal job right now, but they are lean. They are very lean. So we have a lot more work that needs to be done, and we need to be able to pay the people to do that work and potentially bring on some others. I know that we had brought on a couple of contract fundraisers. So our very own Aaron Ramos is one of the LNC contract fundraisers, making calls, trying to work on getting some of those donors to re-engage, specifically some of them who, kind of like with LP Texas, had lapsed. I believe that we were working on, whenever I left for my business trip, we were working on actually a contract to get another contract fundraiser in as well. So good news, but that money needs to start coming in. So we are needing donations. So if you have been thinking about renewing your LNC donation, now is definitely the time to do that. And if you would like to do that, I provided my donor link here in the report so that you can renew that. Aaron, yes, sir.
When is the last donation that puts us in for more delegates to national?
October 31st. Yeah.
October 31st.
Yeah, October 31st. Yes, sir.
Has the HQ building been sold yet?
I don't believe it has been sold yet. I know that we were doing some repairs, but I think that is near a done deal. Paul, you might know a little bit more about that than.
I don't remember the exact date. It's in approximately 2 weeks. It'll exit out of escrow.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
we're emptying out every other piece of trash right now out of the building there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there was extensive damage to the building, and so selling it was not going to be a quick operation. And looking at expenses, that's the decision that was wanted to be made to reduce expenses.
Yeah, because we needed to fix the roof.
You're
trying to remove the trash.
There's some water damage from the roof there, and somebody's agreed to buy as is.
What was the selling price though?
Did we? Because I know we were initially looking at, it was like $650, but I think we were getting more than that amount increase, right, Paul?
I believe it was around that.
It was around $650.
Yeah, it was around that amount. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's around that amount, dude. It was appraised.
if in complete condition, I believe it was around 800, but with the
The
damage to it,
yeah.
it's
And in terms of the buyer was somebody who was also already in the building. So a tenant in the building who was just looking to expand their space. So it was just a neighboring entity that was interested in buying.
So the cash from the sale will go into that balance of 166? Once
Yeah.
the sale's final?
Yeah, so cash from the sale is going to go into an interest-bearing account for the time being. I know that we have been working on getting an FEC opinion on the proceeds for the sale of the building, just kind of based on how the donations were taken in terms of whenever the building was bought, there were directed donations specifically that went towards the purchase of the HQ. So we were working with our FEC consultant to get an opinion on how those proceeds could work. And so until we have that formal opinion, the game plan was to keep that into an interest-bearing account. Once we do that, game plan, I guess, kind of high level, I mean, it's not something that the LNC has formally voted on, but it's something that we've all just kind of discussed as a group, is to pay down credit card debt first. So once we have the proceeds from the sale, definitely we'll pay down that credit card debt. And again, rest is kind of sitting in an interest-bearing account until we have a better understanding of exactly how we can leverage those funds. Paul, if you have latest and greatest on that you would elaborate on.
Approximately half the funds came from the general fund, half of them came from those directed donations.
Right.
So it is already of the opinion from the FCC consultant that the portion that came from the general funds, if it came to breaking glass and needing money, that portion would not be encumbered, and we were reaching out to the FCC on the opinion on the remainder portion of how to best the directed donations, how to deal with that portion. But even in worst case scenario forecast, that would still be enough on the general fund to fund the LNC for quite a while. And the LNC is already funded at a point where we've cut to the bare bone. We're embarrassed to how much we've got.
So I definitely have a lot of conversations happening. I know that Paul and Chair Stephen and Kayla have been having conversations with some of our larger donors in making an investment into the Libertarian Party, specifically wanting to try to, fund Project Archimedes 2.0, get that off of the ground. So I think that between the work our contract fundraisers are doing in terms of kind of picking up relapse donations, the sale of the building, some of those big donor donations that we expect to be coming in soon.
I'm waiting for the check to be cashed.
There we go. Okay, I was about to say I wasn't sure how much of information I could share there. Hopefully that will kind of get us flush for the time being. But again, I cannot emphasize enough how we need people who have stopped their donations to the National Party to re-up those donations to the National Party. All right. I think that is the key points. Opening questions about all of the above. Oh, was that a?
No.
Okay. All right, I think we're good then. Thank you. Oh, am I next already?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on.
Moving into committee reports, Credentials Committee.
Hello. Again.
Give me a second.
I know, me too.
Okay,
I
updated today with the links,
I
you should be able to know.
X out of that.
Give you yours.
I'll just look at the screen once Christy gets it up.
Quick announcement, just for what it's worth. I am noticing here on the agenda that it appears that I've fat-fingered an unplanned deletion of any kind of afternoon bio break or anything like that. So at some point, maybe before we get to policy committee or something, I mean, maybe we just go on through and that's fine and everybody's good. But if somebody feels like we need a break, like between convention planning policy or something, then we can have that conversation. So.
Christy said yes. All right. Okay. CredCom report. So CredCom is still meeting on a monthly basis. Right now, as I've mentioned before, CredCom is one of those committees. It's kind of a slow burn, like we ramp up, and as we get closer to the convention, then we start meeting more frequently and everything. And then, of course, we're all hands on deck while we are at convention. So we have had 3 meetings since the last time that we met as a body of SLEC. So we've had meetings talking about delegate apportionment. So as you guys will recall, we have already voted on the divisor in terms of the delegate apportionment. So we have a draft delegate apportionment worksheet that Paul had provided us that SLEC voted on in February. And so now the Credentials Committee has been maintaining that, specifically Ms. Lisa Schlinker, who volunteered to take that on. So what she has been doing is, since she's also LP Texas historian, she has been able to go through and take a look at election results for various counties. So we will still be sending out our usual delegate apportionment email to all the county chairs saying, hey, if you think that you need to have more delegates based on candidates who made X%, that were actually nominated in the county convention, we will send out that notification. But this time Lisa is doing the legwork to have looked into that. So hopefully by the time you see it as a county chair, so like Brazos County is one that usually has additional delegates, you'll be just looking at that and saying, yep, check. So she is maintaining that, and then also maintaining that as new affiliates are brought on. So Mr. Bradley mentioned that Bastrop County had been brought on. So she is adding those, as new counties come on, adding those kind of minimum 3 delegates that each county gets. So all of that is in the works and is being maintained kind of throughout the cycle, rather than kind of at the end whenever we're ready to ask the county chairs about it. Also looking at some bylaws things. So CredCom has submitted a couple of recommendations to the bylaws committee, just in terms of things like a quorum and buttons. Let's see, big stuff. Just about done with the events timeline. I think we're all good there. One of the things that kind of policy committee, kind of CredCom, was we noticed that the verbiage on the standalone oath of affiliation and the oath of affiliation that's on the precinct rosters was inconsistent, and also kind of lacking in detail. So that is one thing that CredCom's taking on, is updating that on our precinct rosters as well as making sure that all of those PDFs are fillable this term.
Yay!
So let's see, big stuff. I'm not going to read every single thing. Oh, I need to talk to Jacob about your county affiliate list on Nation Builder. One of the things we've talked about, just kind of as a lesson learned from CredCom, is I sent out some emails last term that folks, it went from my lptexas.org and it went to their junk or spam folders, and the only reason they knew I'd sent an email is because I was in the county affiliate or county execs Discord channel. And I think RJ was like, oh yeah, I see it, went to my junk or spam. So I need to find a better way to get some emails out so that they are not going to people's junk mail.
Just to touch on that, in that master list, which is, I'm assuming what you're talking about, the chair master list, and then the tag on Nation Builder.
Yes. Okay.
All of those emails, they're the same on both lists, but all of the emails were the emails that were given to us when they applied for chair, or the email that was given when they ran for chair and their district report.
Gotcha.
So that's how we've done all this. I've sent out emails to everybody. I've let everybody know that's what they're coming to. There's been a couple of corrections here and there. People that say, hey, I'd rather come to this one, or I'm not getting it there, come to this one.
Yeah.
But I've tried my best to keep that list up to date, just so people don't get our stuff.
Yeah.
And on that same point, I know in my email, which I've been getting LP Texas emails for a long time, I've never once marked on spam. They go to my spam box in my email. So I think there may be some domain/server issues where things are automatically getting flagged from our server. We need a spammy server. I don't know why, but It would be a broader issue to look into.
I guess my thought was like, I'm just not gonna, that what I was using was the, all counties Google distribution that like it's a distribution of distributions, right? Like, you know, Barrett at lptexas.org, Montgomery at lptexas.org, and then so assuming that all of those distributions are correct in Google, then they should receive them, but they were still going to spam folders. So my thought was to maybe use Nation Builder, see if we have better luck there.
There's a 2024, 26 chairs tag on there, and that's what I use, and I have room to up.
Sweet, yeah, because I've been receiving your emails. So, yes, sir, Jack.
My question is probably for someone who's more knowledgeable about emails than I am, but if anybody in the room has an answer, I'm open to it. You may know as well, but it's been my experience when you send out an email that has X number of addresses on it, you know, if it exceeds a certain amount, that gets flagged in the system out there, wherever it is, that, oh, this is, you know, and this looks like spam because it's got 100 addressees or whatever, how many ever it might be. I don't know what the limit is, but anybody knows that might be the problem, so you might have to, if it is, you might have to break it up.
I was just going to make the observation. I mean, that's a big, complicated area, and their IT guys know a lot more about it in depth than I do. But one thing I do know about is Nation Builder is fundamentalist, religious about email quality and not getting blacklisted. They're very, they will flag us before the, you know, Google or anybody else will flag us and say, hey, you got too many bounces, you got too many whatever, and you know, you need to rein it in or we're going to throttle your email. So I'm not saying it couldn't be the problem, but it would be unlikely that the Nation Builder is a problem. So I don't know if these are coming from lptexas.org. Well, that's not even a Nation Builder thing. That's a Google Mail thing,
Well, and
right?
It's Google Mail. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I figured, since I know I'm receiving Jacob's emails, rather than using the Google distribution, just use Nation Builder and then problem solve. I just needed to know that tag and answer my question. So thank you. All right. And then so coming up with CredCom, going to start working with the Convention Planning Committee. So I know some of you guys are on that committee, but we'll need to reach out to you guys. We want to talk about what we need to do to reach out to the CVB to basically understand, is the CVB doing badges? Do we need to plan to do badges? We really hope we don't have to plan to do badges. But
That's fun.
badge stuff at parties. So we'll be reaching out, and then also just saying, you know, just kind of the general stuff that we always talk about. It's just like, hey, you know, make sure that you got us accounted for. We need to have a table outside of the ballroom. We need to have a table inside of the ballroom for when business is ongoing. And then we'll be reaching out to Austin. I have it on my to-do list to reach out to you and to Kyle to find out, like, what's the status of the convention website, because I know that CredCom usually provides you with content for that. And then really we're just kind of starting preparations for our first communication that will go out early December to county execs for that additional delegates apportionment process that I was talking about. So that's it, Mr. Perez.
Regarding the oath of affiliation, can y'all put that out on a form when it's ready? I remember when it got shortened, there had been long-time members at the county convention that would write out the stuff that got cut out, because it used to say something like, I will not violate the NAP, something to that effect. And then
yeah, it's got all of that now. It's like the, you know, I certify that I'm not a candidate, nor do I plan to become a candidate for another party. It's basically, I can't remember the exact section of the bylaws right now, but if you go under, you know, membership, it gives those bullet points, and so we are marrying that up in the oath. So everything should be accounted for, but I think I have some time. Okay. Cool.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Motion for bio break, 10 minutes.
I'll second. Amanda 15.
Any of,
It went
15, I'll go 15.
Second, any objection? What are we? Amending it to 15 or whatever?
15, I'll do 15.
Move for 15, Bob break now. I think there was a second. Is there any objection to breaking now? Great, we're on break.
Yay.
Be back at 2.
Yeah, shake to it. Pro tip, don't do that with babies.
Too soon.
Too soon. All right.
Gotta get background.
I know, right? Howdy, I'm Billy Pierce with SD7. I'm also very honored to serve as the chair of this cycle's platform committee. So I'm going to give you a quick verbal report. Happy to answer any questions, and there's a bit of a call to action at the end, if you will. So the platform committee has been meeting monthly to address.
Sure. Okay, you're fine. It doesn't have anything to go up, so we're good.
Sorry, we're trying to get your slides up.
Oh, no, it's no problem. I didn't bring any for this. I brought the SD7 report, but not this report. I apologize. We've been meeting monthly to work as a committee, and then we also have a couple of working groups within Signal. We do have one on Discord, but as a committee, we are not using that because it's public facing, and we're not using that for complex discussions. Because things can be viewed out of context, or people can change their minds about things along the way, and we don't want that being screen captured and used as gotcha stuff while we collaborate and leave ourselves open to changing our minds about things. And it has increased the amount of candor and authentic discussions between well-intending members of our committee. It has really gotten us a long way. There's a lot of drafts that have been submitted by committee members to edit, bolster, or otherwise tailor our party platform. First thing we did was go through all the planks that are set to sunset and address those, whether we wanted to let them sunset, renew them as they are written, or workshop a modification to see if it would pass renewal. And we've had some great work done on those, as well as addressing some other planks that are not set to sunset, that various parts of the committee, or sometimes the whole committee, agrees would benefit from some editing or amending. So a lot of really good work has been done and continues to go forward. In July, we held our first office hours. And office hours, and we're gonna do this again. Office hours are meant to, there are a time when we, like in July, we had, 6 hours where we had a Microsoft Teams meeting, and this was published to Discord and several other places, and in the newsletter, where we had a Teams meeting open, and we had an Airbnb in Brenham, Texas, and invited anyone who wanted to come by and stop by and say howdy and speak to the committee about their favorite plank or their least favorite plank, or the plank that they want to see added, or the plank that they want to see destroyed, and how they wanted it edited. So it was just an opportunity for us to listen. We did get some participation. Thank you, John and Anastasia and 2 others for calling in and speaking your mind. I appreciate that, and we want more of that. In fact, we need more of that. So we've held 1 office hours. Oh, by the way, July, we did not have sufficient membership to have an official in-quorum meeting. We didn't have sufficient attendance, so we didn't have quorum, so it was not an official meeting, so there are no minutes from that. However, we did record the Teams meeting, because it's built into the device, so we recorded the Teams meeting. So for anybody who wants to know kind of what we talked about there, it exists. We will continue to hold monthly meetings to do the work. Our committee continues to do work offline and submit it. We're using a Google Drive that's hosted by LP Texas in order to collaborate and document our many revisions. And I'm quite happy with the work that's being done. We did have 2 resignations on the committee. So there are 2 vacancies on the committee. And I'm going to, first call to action is I'm going to ask this body to consider adding at least 1 member to supplement the committee. This is Billy, speaking for Billy, as chair of this committee, not speaking for the rest of the committee, but I would like to find someone who leans a little on the conservative side, simply to represent and to give us feedback from the slightly more conservative leaning libertarians within our party, because we have some proposed amendments and revisions, and even a new plank is being proposed. And I don't want the first time that the conservative libertarian voice is heard, or a set of ears hears this, to be on the floor in, where are we going? Amarillo? In Amarillo.
Abilene.
Yeah.
The other A, Abilene.
Yeah, that's yeah.
The other A.
It's one of those places that I rarely go to. But yeah, we do have, again, 2 resignations and so there are vacancies. So we have enough people to do the work. We can get the work done, and we have time to do the work. I'm happy with the progress we made, but I think that we would benefit as a committee from at least one person being added. So I'll leave that to this body to address how you see fit. Just a second, and we'll take questions at the end. Lastly, we sent out in multiple places on the Discord, as well as in the LP Texas newsletter, the link for it's essentially a Google form that you can fill out and tell us what you think, what your favorite plank is, what your least favorite plank is, what you'd like to see changed, please preserve this, or whatever you want to tell us as a committee. And we are committed as a committee to reading these and taking them seriously. We've gotten almost nothing back from that. So what I'm going to ask this body is, Christy is going to put that link
Already did.
in the SLEC Discord. And so if you will take a look at the SLEC Discord, I'm going to ask this body to give us at least a little bit of feedback, but most importantly, I'm going to ask y'all to go back to your county affiliates and have them send it to their membership, whether it's in your monthly newsletter, your quarterly newsletter, your group text message, your carrier pigeon train, or however it is. But
Bill Kelsey actually.
We want to hear from y'all so that it's not just our voices and our ideas, and we want to hear from y'all before you're reacting to what we propose. Right?
Right.
So please, it's your platform. It's our platform. Please let us hear from you before convention, so that people aren't just people don't feel unheard and unrepresented. We will all value this platform more if we have a hand in building it, like IKEA furniture. With that, I'll open the floor to questions with Amanda. I saw her hand first. Howdy, Amanda.
To fill the positions, do you want nominations, or does someone need to fill out a form?
Well, we as a committee don't have the power to fill ourselves. Yeah, we can't do that as a committee, but this body can. So that's a great question for this body. Yes.
You didn't say put that on social media, right?
No. Newsletter to your members, or your membership distribution list within your county CRM. Or however
Are you a member?
Yeah.
Yes,
Please
no.
don't put it out on social media. I don't want a bunch of.
we have a filter for that.
I don't want a bunch of Republicans emailing me telling me that we should support something that we find so. Yeah. Anybody? Bueller?
Well, it wasn't answered how someone can fill the positions that you have available.
Fair point. This SLEC would have to take action to fill those. So expressing interest in it to maybe in the SLEC Discord or sending an email to the chair or something like that. Jack.
I have a question for the body and even people in the gallery. Is there anybody in this room, especially if you have to be conservative that's willing to be nominated?
To fill a spot
To
on
fill a spot on the
committee?
yeah. I'll be thorough in my conversation later.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sir.
I have a comment from the live feed.
Sure.
From Bob Townsend.
Yes.
Who were the other 2 candidates for the committee that did not have enough votes to be on the committee?
Well, that's a great question.
And suggested that someone reach out to them about the vacancies.
As usual, Bob has great ideas. Thank you, Bob.
I will look at that.
He's so good. Great, yeah, that is a great idea. All right, thank you all so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Mr.
Paul Dar, you're up again, this time on behalf of the Bylaws Committee.
Lots of hats. We all know.
Yeah. LP Texas Bylaws Chair.
Right.
National Bylaws Chair too, which is a lot less fun. Let me just start there. We have these nice, cool meetings where we talk through things and figure things out. At National, we go full Robert's Rules of Order, and I get in like 10 amendments with amendments to amendments, and I want to kill myself partway through the meeting. It is painful. I guess I get practice at Robert's there. Is the bonus, and I should expect that on the national bylaws, which I, wasn't expecting. The little bit I have to report about our bylaws here with our committee is that we had 3 vacancies come up. As part of the motion to create the bylaws committee, the committee was able to fill its own vacancies. I don't know if that's for the other one, so check the motion there. Yeah. Because I thought I had that in there at one point for them to be able to fill themselves. For ourselves here, those that we put out a call for people that wanted to join the bylaws committee there, and then when people said that sounds terrible, we reached out for a few sacrifices out there, and Matthew Gibbs stood up for being able to come along and. Thanks, Matt. And then we also nominated and elected Patrick Dixon. Yeah, and great addition. And RP Bianca. Great addition. Yes. Different to the bylaws committee there. I'm hoping for Matt to keep me from thinking I understand how something is written and perfectly understand it, and him to idiot check me at times. With Patrick Dixon there, he has great experience in the party, of course, and can tell us why some of those old bylaws were written sometimes. And Art DeBianca, I really hope he gives me all his objections before we get. Right. I think we have some great additions across the board. Yeah, that's great. That's some great people there. If you have any additions to us there, write in my report, please email us at bylaws@lptexas.org. That should reach out to all of us there. We meet weekly on Thursdays at 6:30 for a working meeting where we just kind of slowly work through the material there, and then call a meeting when we want to vote on having some proposals. We only have a few proposals adopted so far. We are going to try to not have as extensive of a report as past years. So we're going to limit that a little bit more. We'll see what that ends up being, but we'll follow some of the same format as we have in the past. Any questions? None? Thank you.
Convention planning, Mr. Posey's not here today. I think he's going to be represented by Jack and Jeff. Yeah,
Okay, cool. I didn't think we could. All right. All right, cool.
We can still look at that list.
Good afternoon, everybody. Privileged to serve on this committee, and I'm going to basically go over what you can read on our report. How many of you didn't get a chance to read it? A few of you? Good, I won't be wasting my time. If you have any questions, Jeff is going to answer them, but because I have chemo brain. So since our last SLEC meeting, there's been much work done on audiovisual for the convention and those services. We've been looking at a third party. Nothing's been completed on that yet, but we're going on with discussions and looking towards making a contract on that when the time comes. We did sign a contract with DoubleTree and the hotel there in Abilene. We did sign also a letter of intent don't have the contract done yet, but signed a letter of intent with the convention center there in Abilene. And what that does is it basically secures their contribution towards our convention. And so those are always a good thing. Those people that want to give us money, so we'll come to their town. Let's see here. Basically, what that does is it just reserves the facility, and if we back out by the end of 2025, we get our deposit back. Let's see here.
So basically get somebody really big to come speak.
Yeah.
We have a lot of room.
Right.
If we don't, then we can say, okay, we know
Yeah.
we're not going to need it.
It's just our backup location in case that happens. We have the convention logo contest. How many of you have heard about that? Anybody?
Heard about that.
Okay, good. Wish we had some better artists come. Did I say that out loud?
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can start being on time.
Sean gave me a computer.
Well, but that having been said, thank you to anybody who did submit.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I think a combination of a couple of them would have been great. We have some good ones. We're going to do a vote with your dollars on that. So who knows what we might come up with, depending on how much money you got to put towards it. We're in contact with a number of speakers, but nobody that we have specifically agreed with that they would come. But we're looking to formalize agreements as those people say, yeah, I'm there. The website, looking to launch that in November. So what we need to have together between now and then that we're working on is having all the packages together. So you get this, this, and this. If you choose this package, and you get this and this if you choose this package, just like normal. Any questions for Jeff? Renee.
Regarding the AV service options, do you have anyone that's going to supply more than just 2 big screens? It seems like every convention, being able to read what's up on the screens is sometimes difficult for people past a certain distance. So
I don't remember what's in the proposal, so I can't answer that question. Do you remember?
I have a feeling that we talked about that, whether or not we needed an additional screen grab, but I don't know what the final thing was. But like he said, we don't have anything finalized yet, so we can go back. We'll go back and check that specifically if you want me to get back.
Matt, do you have an answer to that? Oh, his question is, do we have anything in our AV contract that's any more than just having the 2 screens at the conventions? Anybody else have? Yes, ma'am.
I just would like to say that if you put it in dark mode, it makes it a lot easier for people to see.
Yeah.
Thank you, Colin Russell, for teaching me that.
Anybody else have questions?
You mean at the convention?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Sean.
So, AV, is that going to be like, mics, speakers, projectors? Is there going to be any recording, any live streaming or anything like that?
Yes, all the above.
Okay.
To my knowledge, yes.
And has somebody from the committee contacted somebody in the comms or IT department to arrange the live streaming?
I would assume that since you're asking the question, the answer is no.
Well, Jeff is on the comm.
Yeah, I'd say not yet is the answer to that.
Okay.
It will be once we have in place what the actual thing we're doing, who we're doing AV with, and that's the point.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. What are we doing? Making sense.
Occasionally I do.
Anyone else?
So we'll just use this other convention center. So if we back out, we get the deposit back, but if you back out, can we still get, aren't they giving us additional support just by?
Yes, the Convention Visitors Bureau has committed to a certain amount regardless, so whether we use the convention center. So us backing out of using the convention center would not detract from that. It would just be a matter of whether we were using the space.
Okay, Jacob's next.
Any objection to a question from the gallery? Oh, I beg your pardon. You're not sitting in the right spot.
Right.
I'm more comfortable
pull out here.
Hey, I heard the chair at the beginning of this meeting say, if you were on SLEC, be at the table.
This question, just see what I have to put up with.
I know.
Anyway.
Jacob.
My little question was, if we're out of time, do Jeff sing us away for the rest of this time?
Okay, hold that thought. Did you have a question, Jesse?
Yeah, about those badges, does our contract say that the CVB will print badges for us?
Well, I will answer that by saying we don't actually have a contract with the CVB yet. We have it with the DoubleTree, so that hasn't been finalized yet. I don't think the DoubleTree contract does have that though, but the Convention Bureau is still a possibility.
Can I bribe anyone under the table who needs to be bribed to make that happen?
So, quick question. I appreciate all the work that y'all are doing in getting the contract signed in a timely fashion. Do you feel like you had adequate, were you able to get someone with a good understanding of contract law to take a look at the contracts and, for instance, the force majeure clauses and stuff like that? You feel like that has been adequately vetted?
Can I answer that?
You can.
Yeah, we have a guy with a JD degree that took care of that.
Cool, thanks. I'm happy.
No, it's like.
Any objections?
Objection to Matthew asking the question? Okay.
To answer Jesse's question, we have talked to the CVB about them making badges. So it has been covered in talks.
I want to make one final comment. If there's any, are there any other questions?
What basket do you need to send it to?
My final comment about all this is, I found out being on this committee that it's really important for us to be ahead of the game in terms of getting contracts for future conventions, so on and so forth. And our last meeting, I made a motion for us to be able to get ahead of the game. And I don't know if everybody didn't understand that or not, but so in the future, as we approach this, and if it comes up again, consider the fact that we are already behind in getting all of this done, and it would be much better if we're like 2 years ahead in this process, in my opinion. So
he's talking about for the next convention.
Yes, especially since that's a presidential election.
All of us are strongly urging that we start that process earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
Has the Convention Planning Committee done any work or is planning to do any work on sending out RFPs for 2026? I don't have your hands.
For 28.
For 28.
We can't officially do that because we're not authorized to do it in terms of representing. But but I will say that 3 of the places, or 2 of the places that were finalists that we didn't select in our meeting in Waco are on the short list, I would think, for consideration for 28. Part of the reason why we didn't go with them is that they were closer to the Houston or Dallas area, and we kind of wanted to go for that being in a presidential year when we did those cities. And then I think San Antonio was the third one.
Let me go to Mr. Gardner and I'll come back to you.
Regarding 2028, may or may not be throwing a curveball at you from national. So I've been talking to state chairs across everywhere, and Pat Ford has been leading that effort there, and I'm kind of putting the pressure on him to make the decision or not. The decision being made if we push forward the presidential.
And on Paul's note, we are pushing. And on Paul's note, we are pushing very hard for Texas in 2028.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, we got
Does
screwed
anybody object to extending for 15 minutes?
I don't think we're going to use all that time.
Okay.
All right.
15 more.
Back to you.
For more than 5 minutes.
I would like to make a motion to empower the Convention Planning Committee, but not require them to send out quotes or requests for quotes for 2028.
Second. Okay, does anybody object to that? Does anyone object to that self-evidently really good idea? No. Okay, that passes.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys. From what I see, with the website coming out in November, will there be like the rates and hotel choices?
Yes.
On. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, not everything may populate exactly the same time, but once it's launched, those things will be up as soon as possible.
You know, Fred, thanks.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
And I'm the one that makes things weird?
Policy Committee represented by Jay Wilson Chair. Quick point of clarification. Policy Chair is able, and Committee Chair is able to make motions. And when a committee chair moves on behalf of a committee, no second is required. It's considered, you've already got the whole committee behind it, so we're good. So as we process through this information, we can just
move by committee.
Yeah. Take that.
Okay. As far as written items, all we really have are the motions. I do have a quick announcement that has happened since those were presented to SLEC. We did have one resignation from Mr. Pierce, citing his commitment to his work on the platform committee. At this time, I'm going to say we are not asking SLEC to fill that vacancy. If there is a person who is really passionate about this issue and really wants to get involved in policy, I think it'd be great to add them. But I don't want to give SLEC the idea that we want to fill a spot, that we just need to have another person. We have a great team, and I think we're working together well. So that's it. I will proceed on with motions. Starting with bundle amendment. These were, and for anyone who has been to convention bylaws, we start off with a bundle, and it's non-controversial things that are largely just language cleanup. The way we determine if something goes in the bundle or not is if any one person objects to it being in the bundle in the entire committee, it comes out of the bundle. So these are things that the entire committee thought were non-controversial. So with that said, I move the non-con bundle on behalf of the committee.
Second. Does anybody object to this motion?
This wasn't.
Okay, did y'all read it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I don't hear an objection, so that, what?
Yeah, it's request for information. So the word designee is in this not controversial bundle. However, I don't see where designee is defined specifically.
Yeah, we're using the common understanding of it. I mean, it's
right here.
I mean, we don't define the word define either, but
Right here,
it's pretty well
secretary or their
Yeah, this is the same question I have as well. Yeah, the designee. There's several places where it says this person or their designee. Is it clear anywhere else where if there are any requirements for whom that designee is or cannot be, or are there limitations? Is there a method laid out to describe how they're allowed, how they record this designation, or empowerment of this person, or who this person can or cannot be?
So maybe the thing that might help this conversation is if I gave you the committee's thinking on using designee in multiple places. So if we went through here and talked about, I think there's a place where it talks about making an announcement to SLEC. And we said the chair shall make an announcement to SLEC. The reading of that is if Andrew is on vacation in Mexico and doesn't have internet and doesn't announce, we are now in violation of our policy. So all we're saying is he can designate Carter, let's say, or Jesse, depending on the appropriateness of whichever, to make that announcement for him. Ultimately, it's his responsibility to make sure the announcement gets made, but it doesn't have to be him doing it. And so that's where we are allowing in a lot of places, we're allowing officers to designate somebody to do a task for them.
Okay.
So. All right, any other questions?
So is there any objection to passing this motion? Hearing no objection, motion passes.
Next up, the termination policy. I think there may be an issue in the title. Hang on.
Oh, but you're not using our forms.
Some of the format, I think, is lost whenever she did the copy paste.
Gotcha. Stand by.
Thank you. All right, that's because, you know, I only have 14,000 motions. Give me a second. I put it all in there.
Extermination. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, there is a slight formatting issue on this document. The title is incorrect. Everything in the motion is correct, it just has an incorrect title. So this is the motion on termination as amended. This particular motion actually went through 2 iterations, 3, I guess. It was originally written one way. We had a member who originally wrote it go on vacation, and there was some inability to communicate because of time zones and all that. Another version of this was passed, and then when they came back, they had some issue with some of the changes made, so we got a 3rd version, which is what you see here, that is in the middle. I think the 2 kind of big overlying goals here were to depoliticize, removing staff who, you know, need to be removed for whatever reason. So it doesn't become a vote of like a political body kind of thing, kind of streamlines that, as well as protect us from staff who are released for maybe more egregious reasons and not letting them be rehired. Do you think that covers your, yeah, okay. So with that, I move this on behalf of the committee.
Does anyone have an objection to this motion?
Okay,
what did you say, Anastasia? Okay, so we have an objection. What's your question?
My question is, can we go ahead and change the title and stop to what it ought to be?
That's an administrative.
Yeah, I mean, we would have to convert the PDF back to.
Yeah, I got it in there, but this is probably one of the ones where it's, there we go.
Hey, Ms. Wilford, do you want to speak to your objection?
I want to make an amendment. I would like to make an amendment.
Okay.
I would like to amend.
I ain't gonna make it bigger, but I was trying to figure out a title. Okay.
Where it says local laws to, or actually just strike local and put employment.
What number you want?
That
316.
top.
Okay, strike local and put.
Strike local and replace that with employment. Seem to remember this coming up on the floor.
I second.
We have a second to the motion to amend. Does anybody object to that amendment? No. So we're back to the main motion. Now, as amended, does anybody object to this motion?
Yeah.
We have an objection. Would you like to explain?
Yeah, again, she's changing it to employment, and I'm not a lawyer, but you say that we're gonna contact independent contractors and volunteer staff by writing, you don't put in a time frame. Is that possibly an issue in terms of litigation, or someone could have a problem with that and say, you only gave me a day's notice? Is there some sort of legal issue with not having a time frame on when they're going to receive written notice?
That time frame is normally in the contract. In other words, the time frame would be whatever the contract does. Good question. Yeah, right. Good. Any other clarifications, or do you want to withdraw the objection?
On the rehire eligibility, I'm trying to understand what it says, and I am struggling to read this. So can you help me with the wording on it?
Do you want to take that over? You were kind of the champion on that bit. Yeah.
All right, so basically what the rehire eligibility piece is saying is we've got people who come in and out of the party. If we have someone who is on staff and they are let go from staff for a particularly egregious reason, like fraud, misuse of party data, violence, or something like that, we are basically putting that into a termination letter. It will be in Ignite. It'll be on file so that if, in 10 years, they try to come back to the party and, maybe some of us who don't remember all the details of the situation have moved on or, doing other things, that we have that to refer back to so that we know that this person acted in bad faith whilst whilst acting as a volunteer, back then, and would not then be rehire eligible in that case. So that would be something that would be captured in a termination letter, and then would be in our document repository, so that we know that for the future.
Okay, I think it's just a question about the grammar, and I'm wondering if we could just insert something here that says, if a staff member, contractor, or volunteer is terminated or resigned in lieu of termination for the reasons below, the volunteer will not be considered rehired.
Okay, yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down now.
Yeah.
So basically what this is saying is that if somebody does something bad, and they see the writing on the wall, and they know they're about to get canned, and they resign, that doesn't mean that they're then rehire eligible because they resigned to keep from getting terminated.
But it would only be for these reasons that a person would not be considered rehire eligible, right?
Yeah, generally speaking. So I mean, if somebody, people go through different, phases of life where they're, not able to contribute as much or something like that. It's not intended to gatekeep. It's really more so intended to protect the party from particularly egregious behavior like we've seen in the LNC, for example.
Now, that all makes sense. We just need a few more words to make that clear.
The sentence doesn't make sense.
It looks to me like Mr. Pierce has a motion he'd like to amend.
Yes, I would. I'd like to make a motion to amend by adding after the word termination. After the word for. I'm sorry. After the word for. Yeah,
either way.
After for. All right. I'd like to add the words for any of the reasons listed below. All right. And comma, and then adding to the list a bullet point that says breach of ethics.
Sounds kind of open-ended.
No.
Yeah, I know. Give me a second.
Should you remove the comma before the for? Should you remove the comma before the for?
Scroll back up when you see the.
Put my bullet in. Okay.
No, it's a single amendment for termination comma. No, the comma is all right.
Okay.
You can remove that comma after termination.
Okay.
Mr. Westbrook.
I would move to divide.
Second?
Second.
Okay.
Any objection? Okay, we're going to divide that into two separate questions. Any objection to adding this language for any of the reasons listed below, just to clarify the intent of the amendment? Is there any objection to that part? Okay, then that's amended. Now, coming down to the bullet point issue, adding breach of ethics to one of the grounds here, is there any objection to adding that?
Objection.
Okay, so do we want to just vote on that, or do we want to?
We need to debate it. An objection.
Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Okay.
So, one thing I do want to point out on this bullet point is we went back and forth on what was in here. In fact, I think the original language had any violation of the staff code of conduct left you rehire ineligible. One of our kind of discussion points and issues that brought us to this very narrow list is you're reading the staff code of conduct, and it has a bit in there about just being inebriated while doing your job. And there could be a situation, somebody drinks a little too much after a select meeting and isn't violent, doesn't do anything, but it's just, hey, we got to let you go. We didn't think that rose to the level of you're never rehireable again because you had a bad night. And I would say, at least for me, and I don't know if the rest of the committee is going to agree, a breach of ethics goes back into that broad language that we were kind of trying to steer away from in the beginning.
If I just speak to my amendment. So I completely agree regarding things like that could be limited to a person's phase of life. Maybe they've got a medical condition, addiction is a medical condition, and should be treated as such. I wouldn't want to make a person's momentary struggles become a lifelong hindrance at contributing to the cause of liberty, and I absolutely agree with that. Breaches of ethics are, even though it sounds broad, it is is fairly narrow in that it specifically addresses doing something that you are clearly not supposed to do or doing something unethical, and it also leaves it up to the terminating body, the terminating officials to make that determination. Breach of ethics is common grounds for no rehire in corporate America. It's a common reason. It's not something new or weird or different that we would be adding. It's not a hill I'm going to die on, but if someone is clearly dishonest when they should have known better, with inclusion of like a mens rea kind of a thing where they really should have known better and they violated ethics, I think we ought to be able to say, you can't come back.
Got Mr. Westbrook and then Mr. Hoogan, then Ms. Barney.
I respectfully disagree with Ms. Pierce, in that I think that breach of ethics is, can and has been used in the past, in my experience, as a catch-all, because it can be used as a very subjective thing, and that's why I object.
Understood. Okay, who's next?
Mr. Hoogan.
It's the exact same reason. Just I think that's open to interpretation. It might be clear how we're saying it today, but this is going to be an area where somebody's going to exploit it for weaponization, and I just think it's.
If you can imagine weaponization. Yeah.
Ms. Barney.
I was just gonna add that, yes, I agree, but I mean, this is not just termination, it's termination, never hiring them again. So that is where I think breach of ethics is way too general to do that into interpretation of the governing body that might change later on, and then you never hire this person again, that's something.
Especially when the record reflects that we've had this conversation, I don't mind losing.
Okay, we had 3 opposed, and the author has suggested that he would not be opposed to just losing this. Are you going to speak in favor of this?
I move to call the question.
I think we're all on the same page. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move to a vote on this part of the amendment. All in favor of adding this would be, okay. All opposed to adding this, and that motion fails.
Great. No hard feelings, guys.
But it's a good point to discuss. Yeah.
Chair, I need to move to amend the previous wording that we did.
Hang on, give me a second.
Because I don't think the sentence makes sense still.
All right, let me make this one larger so we're going down that.
We end up with any of the reasons listed below, the volunteer will not be.
Oh, hang on.
There you go.
It's just a page break.
Thank you.
Yeah. Does that help?
Yes, it helps a lot.
Okay, cool. So now, I think we're back to voting on the main motion.
It's already passed. We divided it.
No, that was the amendment.
No, that was the amendment.
Oh, okay. Finished messing with the amendments, we have to go back and actually approve the as amended motion. Is there any objection to this as amended?
Object.
So it says staff member, contractor, volunteer, but then it just says the volunteer will not be considered. Does that need to be specified?
Great catch.
So,
Good catch.
what do you propose?
Your first beer's on me, man.
Let's assume that he's proposing to add staff member and contractor to the list.
The individual. Get rid of volunteer and make it individual.
Yeah.
Okay.
Staff member, contractor.
That individual will not be considered.
The individual.
Can we hear the actual amendment and not everybody else's input?
Brandon, what do you want?
Can it just say, yes, the staff member, contractor, or individual, everyone?
Which one do you want?
The first one, yes.
Okay. I was like, which one do you want? All right, so I'm gonna undo that. So, I gotta get the or it doesn't make any sense.
You got all of it, you just paste it over just volunteer.
Okay. Code.
Remove the
I can be taught, people.
remove the second V.
Yeah. All right, you put it, yeah.
That's it.
Good catch, man, good catch.
It was good.
Love fresh eyes on these.
What are we on platform?
Good catch.
Nice.
It's Brandon Ruman.
I see something.
Okay, so, is there any objection to this amendment? Bring this language in there. I don't hear an objection. Are we ready to vote on the main amendment, or is there any objection to this as amended, final version, maybe?
I would like to make an amendment. Can you scroll back down to the list?
Okay.
The reasons it does not include sexual harassment or a number of other things listed in the code of conduct. So I would like to amend it to, if you get rid of scroll back up, sorry.
What was your second one, Sean?
Pretty much it, like half the,
Sexual harassment, what was the other one?
pretty much anything listed in the code of conduct. There's like 3 things that it really highlights, I think. Like there's sexual harassment, there's posting things inappropriately on social media. There's a plethora of things in the code of conduct that are just not listed here.
Sounds broad to me.
Let's go back up to the list.
Okay.
No.
Are you proposing an amendment?
Yeah, I'm going to propose an amendment. Remove the colon.
Oh.
And make that a period, and then for any reasons, instead of listed below, for any reasons from the code of conduct.
That's the way I originally wrote it.
Wait.
Is it staff code of conduct or SLEC code?
It's a staff.
Can you repeat so I can?
Okay, so for any other reasons, no, okay.
Where,
What do you
that
want?
section's already highlighted in red.
Yeah.
Change the words listed below to
Okay.
any reasons in the code of conduct.
We'll just change listed below to any reasons from the code of conduct. Terminated for any reasons from the code.
Trashing the list, or?
Yes, and remove the list. I know, I'm complicated. Should it be staff code of conduct?
Okay, hang on, let me fix.
Sorry.
Extra space.
Does that reflect where you want to go?
And remove the list,
Totally strike. Oh, he wants to strike the list.
all of it.
Strike list and replace that with staff code of conduct. Does anybody object to this amendment?
Objection.
You want to explain why you want to do that?
Well, for one thing, like I mentioned before, sexual harassment is not listed. Posting inappropriate content on social media that damages the reputation of the party. No focus. Let's see here. Well, can you scroll back down to the list? Sorry.
Okay.
I think misuse of party data is too narrow. It should be the code of conduct says any resources being used for other political parties or organizations or candidates in the code of conduct, where it's only listing the misuse of party data. It's much more comprehensive and specific in the code of conduct.
Okay. Mr. Westbrook, would you like to speak to your objection?
I would. I do like and understand where you're coming from, and I don't have a disagreement with that so much as I have issue with the wording that's changed. That sentence is grammatically horrific.
That's what happens when you write by a committee.
I don't think it's necessary to eliminate the list, given what we've said there, what we're trying to say there, what I should say. And so, yeah, that might be a better idea. But at any rate, I would like to amend it, but I'm gonna listen and see, because I know Renee has also objected, so I'll wait to see what anybody else has to say.
Okay,
First.
I rejected to the change as a whole and taking rid of the list and putting in the code of conduct. Again, this isn't a termination. This is whether they're ever gonna be rehired. And so I agree that they walked away from putting in just code of conduct because it was too general. And that could be used for organization or by a certain group that may not be around 5 years later. So I do believe this is too broad for basically a ban on working with the Texas.
Renee?
Yeah, it's just that the original 4 list, that's pretty objective data. And it should be affirmative, or if we're gonna, consider rehire, not possible.
Okay.
So the staff code of conduct contains a lot of very broad, undefined, ambiguous terms that gave me the EBGBs when we passed the staff code of conduct. But it was determined that we were going to interpret those as a body, right? And that it wasn't that big of a deal. It wasn't like the end of the world if someone was removed. And I think that if breach of ethics is too broad, then violations of the staff code of conduct is an order of magnitude even more broad. However, I do see the value in adding sexual harassment as something that we would not want to rehire for. So may I amend the amendment? No, I can't. Right. So I, if we vote this down, intend to propose another amendment to add sexual harassment to the list.
Not if I get there first.
Mr. Russell. Hey, Amanda and Jacob have had their hands up too.
Mr. Russell wants to call a question. Does anybody object to call a question? We'll vote on this and then we'll see where we go. Don't hear an objection, so we're just gonna go ahead and vote up or down. If you're in favor of this amendment to the motion, then please raise your hand.
Wait, your motion.
This amendment, what you just said, the staff of conduct, staff code of conduct.
What was the first part you said?
If you are in favor of this amendment, swapping out that list for this staff code of conduct, raise your hand. Okay.
Wow.
And if you're opposed to this, raise your hand. That motion fails. So we're back to the list.
Okay.
And not the code of conduct. Okay. But we got there first.
Okay.
Chrissy catch up.
Yeah, I know, I just gotta, look.
Get that all back together.
That's why I'm using color coding. Okay, so know that it's no longer struck through, it is back in there, but in order for me to keep my record straight, I need to change the colors.
So purple means it's in there.
No, well, purple means that was the amended.
Okay.
All right, hang on, here's what I'm gonna do.
Maybe copy and paste it.
Yeah, I feel it.
All right.
So the list is back. Did you change the top part too? Okay, go ahead and change
I'm gonna strike that out because.
Just strike it, yeah.
I'm gonna just strike it in purple. Listed below that.
Just sexual.
Yeah, and re-add listed below. In purple.
Yeah, you don't strike any of the reasons, well, never mind.
Re-add listed below.
Yeah, she has to undo the listed.
Undo listed below and undo any of the reasons, right?
I already undid the reasons.
So you undid the list.
It's struck out. Look, not the reasons, but in this sentence where it says any of the reasons.
Oh, listed below. Okay, I'll do.
Yeah, we just need that.
Let me fix. Okay, we're back. We're back. Any of the reasons listed below.
Then that person will not be considered rehired.
I'm sorry, I will quit moving.
I think we're caught up.
No, colon and the period.
Colon back.
Colon back in.
Yeah, it's currently struck out.
But okay, I got.
Get rid of termination, I don't know what that is.
Easy way to do this.
That's a strike through of the comma or period or whatever.
Make it higher.
It was a colon.
Oh, we're looking at termination.
Read the purple from the blue.
I'm over here like, I got black, purple, and
Okay.
red.
The amendment needs to have a semicolon
It's got
where the
semicolon.
word below is, right behind the word below.
Is that your amendment or what
Is that
you
your
said?
amendment?
Uh-huh,
Okay, so,
correct grammar. Been doing this a long time, have a
wait,
doctorate.
hang on.
Yeah, you know.
We're going fluorescent green, people.
Will not be considered rehire eligible. Okay, we're good so far there. All right, then
Do I get
go
rid
go down
of the
to our
comma, or is
list.
it still there?
I'm sorry?
You just added a period.
No, there's no period, semicolon.
Okay.
We do that because we have commas behind that. So it gives the reason why, and then we have who.
So we're striking that one.
Yeah, okay, now go down to the list.
And then back in
Sexual
black.
harassment and
then you want to add,
add sexual harassment. And what was the other one I was gonna?
Assault.
Slash assault, there you go.
Sexual harassment.
all right, hang on.
I think violence covers that, but we'll put it there anyway, because I'm reading the room.
Okay,
You got all the color coded.
at this point, for those playing the home game, we're back to the language where the stated reasons are grounds for being rehire eligible. Remember, we're not talking about termination, we're talking about permanent termination. But we've expanded the list to add a line item for sexual harassment or assault. Mr. Russell.
I'd like to speak against this amendment.
Okay.
Not that I am against the sexual harassment.
Yeah.
I believe we should vote this down and change it, amend it again to have it be sexual misconduct. Because that covers a broader range of sexual crimes.
The problem is you can't amend the amendment.
Well, it's just that we have to vote this down and change it. So the definition of sexual misconduct, Mr. Chair, in
What
couple
if
of
you're
various
so
behaviors, including
Yes, sir.
unwelcome, non-consensual.
Kind of loud in this room.
Yeah, a lot of, we need to not have, stop talking in the back.
We can't hear each other.
Go ahead, Kyle, finish.
Okay, you would like to propose that we amend this to delete harassment and assault and just make that misconduct, right?
Sexual misconduct, yes, because sexual misconduct covers unwelcome, non-consensual, not limited to sexual harassment.
Yes, sir.
dating
Is that-
violence,
is that
domestic
amending an
violence,
amendment?
Stalking.
It is.
That's not allowed.
Yeah, yes.
Is it?
We're not 3D yet, so we're.
3D.
Okay, then
You
I'll,
can amend an amendment, but you can't amend an amendment.
I think
I propose amending that to be the sexual misconduct.
Right, we got that. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I'm just.
Hey guys, can we get order, please? Thank you.
Hello?
2 cheeseburgers and
Hang on, I gotta fix it because it picked it up.
Yeah. Okay, so we now have this, I think, say what it has been amended to say. Yes, Susan.
Hey,
So can you just repeat?
on LBGT,
definition of
keep them out here and
misconduct as
loving
opposed
it.
to Sexual assault, I
Well,
couldn't.
according to Google, it says sexual misconduct is a broad term encompassing various behaviors of a sexual nature that are unwelcome, non-consensual, and create a hostile environment, including sexual harassment, sexual assault, dating violence, domestic violence, and stalking.
Sexual misconduct is a common law term of art in employment law. It's been defined by the courts and statute over the years.
Broader than just
It's a term of
pure
art.
harassment.
It has a
In a
defined.
good way or a bad way?
Good.
Yeah,
It's what it is.
It is
It's
what
a
it
good
is.
It's more
term.
defined than it sounds like it is.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It's a term of
Okay.
art. It's a good defined term.
Does anybody else want to speak to this amendment?
Misconduct.
Okay, not hearing any of that, we'll vote on this change, the amendment to change harassment assault to misconduct. All in favor of making that change? Okay, all opposed to making that change? that change stands. So now we're back to the list, we're back to the new list, we're back to the
We're
amended
back
list.
to the.
No, but I mean,
No.
I'm just, sorry, I don't mean back to, I mean.
We're back to the green with the,
Sure.
with the semicolon and now sexual misconduct.
What I meant is instead of staff code of conduct, we're back to the list. We're back to the new list, the amended list as amended. And I think we're back to the main motion.
No, not yet.
No, after this.
Now we're back to
Green. Green.
I know, right? We're back to the greens.
Was it divided?
No, we just
But we had
amended the
to
amendment.
unbury.
But where we are now is we're just going back. Okay,
We're
we're doing
back
the green.
to
We're adding sexual misconduct
these
And a semicolon.
and a semicolon.
and a semicolon.
There you go.
All in favor of doing that? Okay. All opposed? That carries. Now we're back.
Now we're done.
Move call question, Billy Pierce, 67.
Okay, I think yes. Thank you, Billy. Does anybody object to just voting now? Great. Okay. All in favor of passing this as multiply amended, raise your hand. Okay. All opposed? That motion carries unanimously. Go team.
Ooh, that was fun.
The other's gonna be.
You're welcome.
Christy, you've got to start using the shortcut keys.
Okay.
They're written.
Carry on, please, Mr. Wilford.
Yeah.
Please stop with the talk in the back. Thank you.
Yeah, so, by the way, issues with titles are going to be a theme throughout this, I'm sorry.
Oh, what's the next one?
The next one is chair interviews.
Stephanie.
You said chair abuse.
Chair interviews. Chair abuse is for later, that's what I'm getting.
That's the.
Right now. Which one? John. Which one is it?
It is, so the title of the document says chair interviews, but the title in the motion says staff interviews.
Okay, because I wrote from the staff.
Yeah, it says counties right here, yeah. So if you'll change that, amend the policy on chair interviews where it says staff, the title's just wrong. Yeah. There we go. Okay.
All right.
This. I'm actually going to ask, is Jacob in the room? Am I missing him? Oh, he's in the back corner. Do you want to speak to this? I know you did a good deal of work and it impacts you the most. You're not? Cool.
One of the biggest issues, not so much just finding people that I've had in the affiliate department for getting interviews, is Harris County. Sorry, Harris County. Like, y'all are right there with Harris County. Y'all are all surrounded. So when I have somebody that gets affiliated out in East Texas or West Texas somewhere, none of y'all are close to them. So I have what I wanted to do with the interview process is not only interview this chair, but I wanted to have somebody that when it comes down to it, they can talk to, somebody that's going to be close to them, somebody that's going to know what's happening in that area. And I didn't find it, one of the things was a select room, great, except there's what, 42 people on this board when there could be 46. So there's a lot of the counties now that we're bringing in don't have select reps. So my other option was an officer, bringing an officer to do it. Well, the chances that somebody in Loving County, which is my favorite county, look into it if you don't know.
We're talking about
Somebody in Loving County is never gonna run into any of the officers. Or maybe I could tap into somebody, Jack is somewhat closer, Hawk Dunlap, who's in that county that's right nearby Loving, or El Paso, somewhere that's a little bit closer that has more of an idea of what's happening in that region of Texas. Because West Texas and Harris County and Dallas County are completely different regions across the board. So when I wanted to do interviews, my thing was I wanted people who are gonna be close, that they can reach out to, that they can get that initial familiarity with each other, build a rapport, so that when it came to meeting questions, they'd have the affiliate team, which was 5 of us, but they would also have somebody local that they could reach out to and have those conversations with. And that's why I wanted to change this, to give me a little bit more options for that second spot, so I can fill in people who are close, who can help with them, who are a little bit more in tune with what's going on. So that was why I was wanting to move this.
With that said, the policy committee moves, I move this on behalf of the policy committee. So I should
Objection.
Objection. You want to say anything? Or?
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay, objection. Who said that first?
Billy.
Billy, okay.
Great. So, Billy Pierce, SC7, and Harris County Director at Large. So, while I echo Mr. Bradley's desire to establish a way for mentorship for new county chairs, so that they have someone physically near them that they can collaborate with and establish a relationship with, so that they can ask good questions, run into one another, work together to grow the party and further our shared causes. I reject the idea that that person has to be on the interview. I think that this is a way of making sure that the people doing the interview, this is a way of gatekeeping the people who are doing the interview, to make sure that they are people who align with the kind of people that are being recruited to be new county chairs. This is making sure that rural-minded people are interviewed by rural-minded people with the intact leanings, and that urban people are interviewed with urban people with the same kind of leanings. Whereas I think that there is value in county chairs and folks from other parts of the state who will have a unique and different perspective and be able to ask questions that maybe someone in the next county over won't ask, or a way of looking at things through a different lens. That's why we want different kinds of people on these interviews, because as a county chair, you're not just representing your county, you're not just representing you're part of the state, this giant state of 254 counties. You are, by proxy, representing LP Texas. And I don't want this restriction put in place. It narrows the people who can be on the interview panel, and it serves to create a regional echo chamber. I don't like it.
Mr. Chair, privilege, can we scroll that back down to what we're looking at the next?
Well, here's the part, Jack, I'm gonna answer that one. This is the first part that just changes the timeline that we're gonna address in a second as soon as it's our turn to talk. This is the part where people are debating on. That's why I have this up.
All right.
Can I just address him real quick? Because he did make a point that I don't think is correct. This isn't limiting who can do these interviews. This list of people actually expands who can do the interviews over what's currently in place. What's currently in place allows for that second person to be one of two people. This new list to add multiple new people that can be added into that on top of the two that were already in there. It's not contracting who can do the interviews. It's expanding who is available to do the interviews.
Hold on a second. Because y'all are going to change subject, right? I mean,
No, my question was to that too.
oh,
To
okay.
his response. Was it going to be, are you going to come to us first if we're not available and then go? Or start there and not come to us? You know, with expanding, does that mean then are you going to start with, like you have an officer on it? If we're not available, then go to, or go to them instead of?
My choice,
that's
I can only give what my choice would be for this, because I'm the current person in that department. My choice would be the select rep first. It's always been the select rep. If they have a select rep, that is my first choice. It's where I'm running into is the places that don't have select reps.
Right.
Where, as I'm running into, the only other option would be a chair, or an officer. My preferred would be their select rep, an active county chair, and we can define active however you want. I think the department is pretty well up on what is considered active or not active, and who's doing above and beyond, and who's doing the regular amount and stuff like that. So that would be my second choice, an active chair who is close to them, an officer, and if I can't get one of those three, the next spot would be a county chair or a select officer. So it would just be, instead of your choices being select rep officer, it would be select rep, a close active chair, and then officer would be my preference on how I pull it.
Okay, my issue is the order of which.
Yeah, that would be, and that's for me. I can't say what the next person would do, but
Right.
that's for me. and
But
my
that's like,
department, how I
yeah.
do it, that's how it would be.
Is there any further, did you want to say something, or did she kind of?
Oh, no, I had a motion. I'm gonna actually move to divide on this because it feels like that if we're looking at the two things that are part of this motion, the provisional appointment cutoff, I don't think anybody's taking issue with that. That's just kind of cleaning up things and simplifying it. It's really the provisional county affiliate process that folks are taking issue with, and I think that we can continue to unpack. So I am going to say, I move to divide.
Second?
Second.
Any objection? Yes?
Anna objected.
Okay. Would you like to speak to your objection?
I frankly don't think it's necessary. I think this is gonna pass. And on that note, I would like to call the question.
Second. Okay.
Objection to calling the question.
Object.
I think there's sufficient desire for debate.
Okay, so we need 2/3.
On the question. On the division, because the division's in front of her.
On the division or on all pending questions?
I was out of order.
Okay. So we're back to you. So you're withdrawing your objection.
Yeah, no, I am not withdrawing my objection.
So, yeah,
She misplaced it.
I'm just not gonna speak to it.
Okay. So we have an objection to the division. Is there anybody else need to talk about this, or can we just vote on the division? Okay. If you're in favor of dividing the question, please raise your hand. And if you would rather not, please raise your hand. That's 50%, right? So that passes the division.
Okay.
I'll get in the line to make a motion to amend.
That was awfully close, but okay.
Yeah. Was easy to count, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay, we're gonna do it again and count it this time. If you want to divide this, raise your hand up. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23.
That's more than enough.
35. There's 35.
23.
Okay, I have to count those for the record.
Okay, for the record, if you're opposed to the division, please raise your hand. You can see those. And I'm going to go this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay.
What was that yes count? The secretary was asking?
Yes.
24.
24, okay, thank you. Okay.
So we are dividing these into two. We have been mostly talking about the second part of it. So
Do the first part, is the easy part.
Let's do the easy part.
It normally goes in like a reading order.
Okay.
It normally goes top to bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does anybody object to passing the first divided part having to do with the timeline? Yes?
Reserving the right to object, can you just very briefly explain the reasoning behind that change?
Yeah, all right. So the way that this currently reads is that it's going to be either the earlier of 10 days before the CredCom deadline to send notice to county affiliates per our governing documents, which is typically January. So it's like, I think this year it's going to be like January 13th, back 10 days, so January 3rd, something like that. And then we're talking about 20 days before the deadline for county affiliates to post notices for precinct conventions, which is in February, like February 28th this coming term. And then so that back that up, that would be February 8th. We're talking about a month difference between these two areas. The CredCom one is always going to be the earlier of the two by like a month. So it didn't really make sense to have that qualifier in there when this was the CredCom one was always going to be the earlier. So it was really just a simplification.
So Are we objecting or are we?
Well, I'm so confused because it says up to 10 days before the deadline to file an application for nomination to become a candidate for the party. Is that talking about internal party office or public office?
Yeah, so this policy is actually referring to something in the bylaws. So in the bylaws, it says the credentials committee is required to 10 days prior to the filing deadline to do this notification. So yeah, so this piece right there is a traceability to a bylaws.
You can apply before the deadline to become candidate. That's back in December or whatever. But then the process has to be completed so that you can establish the county affiliate before CredCom has to send notices to county affiliates. So we need to get them established before they can receive their notice.
It didn't make sense to have both of those two things in there whenever they're like a month apart, and they're always going to be like.
It's never going to be the second thing.
Yeah.
So,
Just to make things contract, I think this was I remember a couple of cycles ago, this was a situation where we had candidates in a county that was not affiliated.
Right, that's exactly right.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to fix that.
Past credentials for the last 3 cycles. Nathan Watts was head of credentials whenever this went through, and he was also the affiliate lead at that time. Was because of the fact that we had candidates in counties that were not affiliated, and the affiliation process was taking us, and interviewing and trying to schedule things were taking so long that we were getting so close to the deadline, we had no time to onboard them and train them before everything was due. And then they were becoming immediately unaffiliated because they were missing deadlines. So we put in this gap going, you can apply up to this deadline, but everything has to be interviewed, selected, and onboarded before 10 days before, so we can get them on board and paperwork filed so that they remained affiliated. That's the history of why we established those bylaws before.
And so this will clean it up.
This just cleans it up. This is just clean up. Yep.
Moving a thing that's pointless because it wouldn't be accurate. So,
I don't object.
any objection to this?
Wait.
Okay.
I have a point of information for the group. I'm trying to fix this law because the Republicans and Democrats, if they have an unaffiliated county but they have a candidate, they can still do that. They just have to have that candidate pay the party chair. I'm trying to fix that law on the next session. Okay? So it's not just getting us the money back for our filing fees, it's also fixing this problem. That's our next law that we're going to actually propose to get sponsored so that you know that we're working on this from 2 different angles, guys.
Okay, so we're looking at this first thing that we split, and does anybody object to making this change? All right, that part passes.
All right, give me a second.
Now we get to that other part.
Okay, now we're back to the fun.
Now we're
stuff.
to the debate part.
We were discussing and debating this part, and do we have a queue or?
I saw Anna and Jacob's hands up before it was my turn, and so now I've got Billy in there too. Did you guys still want to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a request for information. How many county chairs have been rejected over this policy?
Over this policy? I mean, under current policy, in my time, I believe there has been.
Because you couldn't find people to interview them?
Yeah, there's never been somebody removed because they couldn't find people to interview them. That's the question.
Oh, sorry. You did not.
Have any of our interviewers been rejecting county chairs?
One county chair be rejected who tried to affiliate their county in my time.
Which is called?
Okay.
Yes. I didn't reject them, but it wasn't a unanimous. I just want to explain the process. The people interviewed, they put in, the 3 people who interviewed them, put in the recommendation, it's at least 3, put in the recommendation,
it goes to the chair. If it's unanimous, the chair then reads the recommendations and decides one way or another, yes, we should vote or no, or yes, we should affiliate them, no, we shouldn't. It has to be unanimous and it has to be approved by the chair.
Do they give their reasons why they would say no?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just say on this? I'm trying to work through my rep here and it's getting confused. So the reason I asked that question be asked is in my tenure in that position, and I believe in the current tenure, and I know in Nathan Watt's tenure, rejection of a county chair through interviews is a very rare event and usually done through very extreme red flags. They're just like glaring red flags. The idea, whether it's partisanship for internal party politics or left versus right or rural versus urban, there's just not even enough rejections for it to be partisan. You apply and you basically get it if you're willing to go through these steps. And so my urging of the body to adopt this is it gives the affiliate director the ability to find more people to get these interviews done quicker when he needs to get them done, instead of having to rely on 2 people. If this was a process where people were getting filtered really well and we're going to mess that filter fine, they're just not. They're getting through, all of them.
Understood. Yeah, I appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Question was called, wasn't
I had Jacob. Jacob, did you still want to speak? Okay, and then I have Billy.
So, Billy first, SC7, I'm going to make a motion to amend that will give me the warm and fuzzy, so that this thing that hopefully never happens, we'll at least have a little bit of a guardrail, simply by amending this after the phrase affiliate support department. After the phrase affiliate support, down, the one that's underlined.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. Right. I want to add in that order of preference, or in that order, so that the affiliate support director goes through. They're looking for a select member, right? Then an elected county chair, and then if they can't find those, then a member of the affiliate support department.
Okay.
And that just adds a little guardrail.
Is it your intention that the affiliate support department would have to reach out to every member of SLEC before they could go to a county chair?
Mm.
Chair, point of order.
This motion hasn't been seconded.
Which motion hasn't been seconded?
Your motion to
This
amend it.
amendment has not been seconded.
I don't
I
understand.
think he's still in the process.
Yeah, they're trying to clarify the.
I want to get the intention. Like, I don't think he's finished making his motion yet, because we don't have his. Is that what you want?
Yeah. You bring up a very valid point. I wouldn't want them to have to call every SLEC member before they can go to a county chair. I would want them to look for SLEC members and county chairs before they go to just a person in the affiliate support department who may be an unelected volunteer. So we can, instead of adding it there, I can add it after county chair elected at a county convention, comma, or if none of those are available, a member of the affiliate support department. That way, we're trying to exhaust SLEC members and county chairs before we go to just another person in the, an unelected person in the affiliate support department. Our preference should be for experienced elected people.
Okay,
Well,
so
I don't
we're
got-
scrapping in that order.
Yeah, so
What are you proposing as an amendment?
So elected at a county convention, comma, or if none of these are available, comma, a member of the affiliate support department. If none of these are available,
Okay, so
are available, comma, a member of the affiliate support department. That's it.
we have a motion to amend this motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Jack.
We have objections. Who was up first? Was that? Do you have any?
Oh, no, I saw Jacob's hand up.
Somebody go.
Okay.
Jacob and,
First of all,
I think that we need to give the affiliate support department the leeway to conduct these in the way that works best for them. If they are 6 months into a term and they're having to go through this every single time, and they're always getting down from somebody in the affiliate support department, they need the leeway to be able to adapt their processes. Additionally, I don't think we need to devalue the contribution of putting them in contact with somebody in the affiliate support department, especially in a lot of the rural areas. That's going to be their primary point of contact. That's going to be their primary connection to the state parties at all. And it's important that they be in those interviews.
Mr. Westbrook? Yes, sir. So I've been writing publications, regulations, operating manuals for most of my career. And one of the cardinal rules is that we try not to paint ourselves in a corner by making a lot of restrictions. And the second rule is, well, unless it's going to cause death or a catastrophe, then we can get specific. And secondly, we always give leeway to the lowest level to make exceptions to the rule, i.e., in this case, the affiliate department. And so I think that I understand what's being done here, and I understand its purpose, but I think it's too restrictive, and it paints us in a corner to say we've got to do this when that might not be the easiest thing to do.
I saw Aaron and then Sean.
So my interpretation is the affiliate support director is the first person on this panel. And then it's a.
Or designee.
Or designee. So someone from this affiliate support department is always on this panel.
Yes. Right.
And then 2 of the fall.
And that, so I don't understand why we're saying that they're not gonna have their contact. The affiliate support department's not gonna have their contact in this panel.
Yeah.
So like,
It's always there. Yeah. The designee doesn't necessarily need to be somebody within the affiliate support department. The only time I used the designee was one where a person couldn't make the meeting on a time that I could make the meeting, so Anastasia sat in for me. So not on that department, but that's.
But that literally says that
right here.
from
Oh,
the
no,
affiliates.
Joe Roberts filled in for me for that, right, when he was there, and Anastasia was the other select rep, yes. Correct. So yes, there will be somebody there, but the thing is the county affiliate department is calling these counties every month. They have relationships with them every month. I'm just trying to get them in with the people that they're gonna talk to the most. They're gonna have the most feedback, the most insight. The people that are in the department have talked to every county in Texas that will answer their phone. They have talked to them about what's working in big counties, what's working in small counties. They talk to them about what's working when you have a bunch of people in and none people in. Like, these are the people who have talked across the board and have a view of everything across the board with every county, because they've talked to all of them and they can adapt that knowledge that they've learned from all of these chairs to the questions that are asked when they get there that are specific to their region. Like, these people have talked to more county chairs. Like, Scott Peterson, Scott Peterson has talked to more county chairs than 90% of the select reps in here. He knows what works best for rural counties that are succeeding and what works best for urban counties that are succeeding. He gets to get in because he's a county chair, but if he wasn't, I mean, he knows better than sorry, Jeff Miller, you're sitting next to him. If I asked Jeff Miller to do it, Jeff Miller is not going to know what works in super rural counties. But Scott has talked to 15 different super rural counties and knows what's working for them.
Jeff can get people to run. Just saying.
If I need somebody to run, Jeff is always my first person to call. He's spiking the water there. But this
allows two members of the affiliate support department and one select rep.
Oh, okay, guys, order. Sean is next, I believe.
Are we still discussing the amendment, or are we back to the original?
This is the amendment. This is Billy's amendment.
Okay, so I think that this is really ambiguous. The way I read it, you have to attempt to see if any of the select members are available. And I think it doesn't really say what That is, do I wait, leave a voicemail, wait a day, send them an email, or do I have to have a response? I don't think that this is,
I could see the ambiguity there.
I think this is too ambiguous.
Yeah.
I can see
I
that.
feel like this is worded very poorly, no matter what.
Yeah.
Technically, I want to make a grammatical argument here. It's not debate. It's just like reading comprehension. But like, I'm just saying that like, I don't understand the use of the word ambiguous, because it says if none of these are available. So the only way you would know if none of these are available is to contact every select district representative and find out if they're available. And officer, right?
Their district rep.
No.
Their district rep is here, right? An officer or any other select member, like, this is one of the other alternatives. It's one of the officers, one of the district reps, or an affiliate support member, if none of these people are available.
Yeah.
So,
Wouldn't just an open call to action be? Yeah. If we all have access to the affiliate support department.
okay, we're at time for this deal,
We
so.
got Anna, Christy, and Jack.
Objection.
To extend.
To extend it.
5 minutes by Carol.
Is there a motion to extend?
They said we just made it. Yeah, Carol just made it.
Carol just made a motion to extend. 6 minutes.
It's on, they don't work.
There's a second for a motion to extend for 6
Objection.
minutes. And an objection. Do we want to amend or we just want to vote down? Like, what's just speak to the objection.
I think that it was correctly pointed out that the structure of this has yet to, as it's currently written, the structure of this has yet to yield a situation where we couldn't seat a new county chair. And there were.
We just need to know whether, like, are we done or are we going to extend?
Oh, I thought you were asking me to speak to my objection for extending.
Fair point of order.
We have a motion to extend, we're out of time, so we have a motion to extend for 6 minutes.
A second and an objection.
Okay.
Not debatable.
Oh, it's not debatable. That's right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I see what you mean.
So we proceed to the.
Yeah, that's true.
Here we go. Who wants to extend for 6? And who doesn't want to extend for 6? Okay, that means we don't extend for 6. Does that mean we're done here? Does it mean
All
You
the
vote on the
questions on the floor,
amendment.
go to vote. We have called the question.
Okay, essentially, the clock has called the question for us.
Yep.
So now we're going to start by voting on this amendment if none of these are available. If you want to add this to the proposed motion, please
Are
raise
they
your hand.
called? They called in order or?
We gotta go out.
You gotta reverse out.
We have to know the amendment before we vote on the main motion. So if none of these are available, if you support adding that, please raise your hand. If you would rather not, please raise your hand. That motion fails.
All right,
So
give
now,
me 1 second.
not now, but soon, we will go to a vote on the main motion.
Okay, hang on, give me a second. I reverse my order.
Now, does that mean we're
Yes. Unless someone wants to do some other amendment to the.
All right. Strike that. Okay, now we're back. I'm good.
Okay.
Now we're
So
back
now, as unamended, we're going to vote on this change to the policy manual. All in favor of the proposed motion here, please raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, I'd rather count that. Okay, so if you're in favor of this motion, please raise your hand. Wait. Yes. 18. So if you're opposed to this motion, please raise your hand.
Did you lose count?
Yes, I don't know if I counted Carol or not. One more time, please. 1, 2.
I think enough people are concerned about verb issues. Well, they want to.
Thank you.
Yeah, it'll be a policy. We'll take it back.
Yeah.
This is the no.
Oh, sorry about that. Jesus. Okay, so 13.
18, 13. So, that motion passes. And we are out of time on the policy committee.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would like to recommend to this body that we take up the rest of Mr. Wilford's motions on Discord in the near future.
Forum?
Forum, sorry. Forum. Yeah, I can't do that on Discord. I meant forum. What I thought, not what I said.
Can I ask a question real quick? The only other one that I think had any timeliness in our discussion was the staff interview one. Do you think that's important enough to urge the body to take it up now, or is that?
Motion to extend 5 minutes for this?
Hang on.
Now that Jesse's back in country, less so, but you know what I mean? Like, the issue was sometimes getting an officer that was available. So.
I've done every single one I've been asked except for one time I had a conflict.
Yeah, track it. But I also hate just beating you two up today.
Oh, but I have the time.
So,
For the most part, my evenings are free.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is a motion on the floor. I was wrong. Okay. I'm not a confused. There was a move wrong.
On our agenda, it says we're going to take some time for announcements. We have 10 minutes set aside for announcements. Does anybody here have something they want to announce, Jenny?
First of all,
I saw her hand
love
up.
it that there was a committee meeting, right near Hot Dog Cool Tunes. Highly recommend that for next year. If they're doing it 2 years from now, that means either way, y'all just come to our summer social. It's a lot of fun. Anyway, please feel free to look online for cool pictures of us having fun. But anyway, speaking of having fun, we happen to work it out. We have our county meetup once a month on a Monday night. That's just how it works. It's the second Monday of every month. And Spike Cohen is going to come to ours, our next one coming up. And it is like reserved seating only. It's a small town. There aren't huge venues, so I have to have names and phone numbers, so just in case I change the venue, to tell people about it. So if you want to, it's really easy to contact me, but if you need to contact me in person somehow, Tasha will be there. The 11th. It is next Monday. Like, I know, it's the last minute.
Texas, August 11th, Monday night.
Same restaurant?
At Guadalajara,
Yeah, unless we move it, depends on how many people come out.
Okay.
We're asking for $10 at the door, and we will raise funds for You Are the Power while we're there. So, you know, come out. It's going to be fun.
Is your kiddo bringing her camera or?
Okay. Other announcements. We had several hands. Okay. Yes. Please.
So, hey, Billy Pierce, Harris County. This is a bit of an announcement. Actually, it's more than a bit of an announcement. Harris County is planning to host the first Libertarian Party county affiliate pistol championship in Q4, tentatively planned for the latter half of the month of October. But I need feedback from you counties to make sure that it's going to work. All right, here's how the invitational pistol tournament is going to work. It's going to be held in Harris County at a Range USA, where we have some memberships already. The prizes, yes, there are prizes. All the county affiliates who wish to submit teams will submit teams of four Libertarian members, including at least one female. And the winning county affiliate team will get a $250 donation to your county affiliate, put up by a donor that's already committed the funds and put them away. And the dominant female, the dominant Lady of Liberty, will also get a $250 donation to her county affiliate, along with trophy and bragging rights and a bunch of social media attention. And so there'll be 5 courses of fire. There will be a fee for submitting your 4-person team. And all of the net proceeds for this that don't go to pay for the bay the range itself, which we're getting at a discount, will become a donation to LP Texas as a fundraiser. And so if you want to know about the courses of fire and what we're going to do and how it will be scored and things like that, come see me. I'll tell you what our draft is so far, and we welcome feedback. At some point later on, if this works out, we're going to learn some stuff from this process, and we may want to later do it next year or something like that, closer to convention time, so that it's a little bit more of a lead up into convention to donate towards that. But for the first one, while we work out the clunkiness, since I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of the legwork and arranging, we're going to do it close to home for me, so that I can help manage it, and we'll see what we learn. Yes.
So how does one become a donor female? Do you have to like shoot them or just?
Yes, it's the closest we can get legally to trial by combat, folks. And so, to answer your question, there will be one of the 5 courses of fire. So each course of fire will count as 1/5 of the overall scoring. One of the courses of fire is females only, and it'll be a box of ammo at various distances. Pistols only. Red dots or green dots are allowed, but pistols only, pistols only, pistols only. One of the courses of fire will be a pistol caliber carbine. One of the courses of fire will be a team competition where each member of the team shoots a certain number of rounds it'll be 4 different distances. So you pick who you want to shoot from the short, the medium, more medium, and the long. And so the course of fires have been designated. There'll be a couple of Mozambique drills. For those of you who are familiar with shooting, that would be 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. Yeah. All right. So you get 3 chances to shoot your best Mozambique drill, and your shortest time is the one that qualify, that your team puts forward, and then the fastest Mozambique drill will count for 20% of the scoring. But if you want to hear more about this course of fire, we can talk about it over a beer. But yeah, so what I would love from y'all, and what we're going to send out inquiries for, is which weekend in October y'all want to come to Houston and see if you can outshoot Harris County.
Halloween sounds like fun.
That's on Friday.
Okay.
Oh, it will be in an afternoon time. Yeah, literally post noon, probably 1.
Jacob, announcement?
Yeah, just so everybody knows, I posted it on the forum. I don't know who all caught it. Clark did volunteer to take headshots for anybody who wanted headshots.
Awesome.
Today.
Oh, sweet.
I thought everybody to dress nicely. Some of y'all listen.
We're talking about gunshots, right?
Back here in the back, after the select meeting, he has his camera. He will be taking pictures of anybody and everybody.
Any side bets on who y'all think the best pistol shot of the ladies is?
Crystal.
Thanks, Clark, for offering to do that. That's really very helpful. We need, if you're not on the website, please go get a headshot. We got to get the faces up there. Sean has an announcement.
Okay, so every year in Fort Worth, Texas, I know, kind of an unusual place for it, there's a Freedom Marijuana March. It is Texas Normal hosts it. We march down in front of the federal courthouse, giving them the finger while smoking marijuana with a police escort. And nobody gets arrested or gets tickets. So I can't think of anything more libertarian to do. I don't know how this year is going to go. Yes, carry banners.
Texas banners?
So Tarrant County has been out there carrying stuff for longer than I've been in the party. So.
That sounds like very cool.
The other announcement I want to say, if you had an announcement today and it is not on social media, don't expect me to remember it because you said it here. Put it on Discord, at comms department, or
you can send an email.
yes, or send an email to communications@lptexas.org. Do not post in the forum.
Sean, I missed when that march is. When is that?
It is in October. We don't have a date yet.
Okay.
Well, that's what we're trying to make sure we don't double book. That's why we didn't nail it down exactly.
You know, we can't do both. That would definitely be illegal.
Yeah. Okay, Carol Unziger has an announcement.
Starting the front, Harris County is starting our brunch back. We had to recover from Pride because it's a big event. And so August 9th, next Saturday. 8th. Is it 8th? It's next Saturday.
It's next Saturday. Maybe it is the 9th, yeah.
Next
Ninth.
Friday is the 8th.
Okay, so the 9th.
So next Saturday, the 9th, at 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., we're gonna meet at Hungry Like a Wolf. It's a fun, retro 80s on, in the northern part of Montrose, on the lower heights off of Washington Avenue on Studlot. And it's always great. We always have a good turnout. I already RSVP. We're supposedly gonna have the table, you know, put baby in the corner. That's our table. So hopefully we're gonna get that table. I got confirmation that they will. They said they're pulling 8 places, but I know sometimes we gain more, sometimes we lose more. But anyway, just show up. It's great food. The meatballs are awesome.
Awesome.
And retro, and they have video games too.
Sounds like fun. I don't see any other announcements. We have time in our agenda for public comments. Is there anybody in the public gallery that has any question or statement or anything for us? I don't see anything. Yes, Kevin?
Motion to adjourn?
We have a motion to adjourn in many seconds. Anybody object? That's not. Anybody object to adjourning? Okay, we're adjourned.
Okay, 4:37.